chips are different. And also there are two chips. Okay, thank God. Probably need to take a seat.
Okay.
You know, as I told, there is not much space to turn around.
Yeah.
I saw some plastics, splurs. Yeah, those. A week ago I tried to rearrange the stuff and got as far as putting everything into boxes.
Yeah.
But then, work.
Yeah.
And I kinda, with any luck I would finish it. With no luck I'll probably be need to wait for next hypo.
No, I think we're all in the same boat. I have to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Motorola, it's like a 74 series, but Motorola has different,
74 series.
Oh, Mitsubishi, sorry.
Oh, you can read it? Okay.
Yes, this is a Mitsubishi sign.
Okay.
That's a rare car in US, but... Oh, no, it's not. Still. L53345B.
If I can get one of this view here.
Okay, luckily we have a datasheet for it.
So is that a controller, or what is that chip that you're
Maybe
talking
not.
about?
So this controller is obviously here.
What's
but
this one then that you're looking at?
I'm trying to figure out where the drivers are.
I see.
And one of them is this chip, and the second of them seems to be this one.
Okay.
So, how many rows, how many columns? Oh, there are numbers. It's the first time I see the key numbers, but
Yeah.
they're not positions, they're just numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So 90 keys, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 or 14 columns, but that doesn't make sense. It has a double-sided PCB. Okay. So the thing is, I want to find a place where I can just put out the chip and put the wire harness into.
Yeah.
Because I tried to make a controller replacement and got it even working, but the thing there is I tried to make it on a keyboard which wasn't good, like it wasn't sound, and
wasn't working, or it was too
I
corroded or
couldn't. It didn't seem corroded, but it was.
Yeah.
And what I was not able to do is I wasn't able to get a stable,
Yeah.
stable readouts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I went deeper and I actually, so it has drivers on columns and rows. I pulled out those chips and spliced into that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to find out the place for this particular board where I can do the same.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the chips will not actually participate in the festival, but yeah, you won't need them because
Mm-hmm.
you don't have any any LEDs on it. Oh no, you have. You have 2 keys with LEDs.
Yeah, but I'd say.
Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah, there were a
5,
few,
6 of
yeah.
them.
But whatever, look at what it's not working at all right now. So if you think
Yeah.
not making the LEDs work, that's fine by me. But
Well, I only support 3 LEDs,
okay.
and I only have like 4 pins in an extension header. So like 4 of them, yeah, we can light, but
Okay.
not more than that.
Okay.
Without changes to firmware, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Because we should have enough pins, but I'm not sure we will. The firmware doesn't support that. The firmware just supports like three standard LEDs, and that's it.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what to do, with others.
I guess I could. Well, just don't light them up, right? But they won't. They'll still work as keys, though, right?
Yeah, everything
Yeah.
will work as keys. It's
I
just
guess
like
I can
the
look at my video and see which keys I would want to light up. But,
yeah, the keys will not be, they will work, but they will not be lit.
yeah.
And also, I'll probably have enough resistors to.
Oh, I should.
Yeah, because like you cannot power LEDs from like +5 directly, so
Okay.
you would need to have resistors, and I guess we'll figure something out.
Yeah, but like I said, even if we don't have, we don't have to do any LEDs if that's part of it.
Yeah, but let's
Yeah.
good.
Let's try. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I mean, you can always do it later, but if we can get lit, if you can light up a couple of them, that would be good.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
the pluses are marked. Nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see the plus, but my eyesight's not as great as it used to be.
Yeah, mine too. I'm kind of starting getting the shit. So I totally understand you. Okay, so we won't do anything except. And yeah, this is like the highest quality ITW magnetic valves board I've ever seen,
Oh, good.
or anybody seen, because this is usually phenolic paper.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, it's like the cheap version of
Yeah.
it, like and the soldering quality is also much better.
Yeah.
So it's like Japanese or something.
Yep.
Yeah, Mitsubishi chips kind of hint at its Japanese,
Yeah.
descent.
All the tags on the back said, some Japanese company as well. So
Mm.
let's see if I can
Alright.
find some stuff about it.
Okay, so there is a cold solder. There are,
sorry.
there is a magnifying glass,
Oh yeah. Okay.
so you can actually
Yeah,
see.
that'll
So
help.
look here.
Yeah. What are
See
we
it?
looking at?
On this, you're looking for this pin and compare it to the top one.
Yeah. What is?
So
Can't
probably
quite tell.
45
Okay,
degrees.
Yeah.
So see that black dot?
Yeah.
That's called solder. So within the solder beads there is likely a crack.
When it's
which-
black like that, it means
Yeah.
it's.
It can be inside without looking like this.
And then if I
but-
glance, I like this one's that way, that one's that way. All these
Nope.
ones on the end, or no? That's just a reflection,
So
I guess.
those are just a bit dim,
Yeah.
which is fine. Oh, this plus one may be a cold solder, maybe not.
Uh-huh.
The ring is there, but it's like very thin. It may be just on the surface.
Okay.
But this one is most likely a cold solder.
Okay.
You need to train your eye on that,
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, after a while you see the pattern.
Hmm.
Uh,
So you always play with the oldest boards and stuff. That's what you like to play with,
nah.
or how did you? Yeah. How did you
Mm.
even just see any other ITW or any other?
Oh,
magnetics or
Sunrox sent me 3 of those.
something? Oh, okay.
So there was this Harris, which was actually with AT like with DIM5, except the protocol was not compatible to AT
Yeah.
or XT.
Uh-huh.
There was 2 others. He posted restorations. So he sent me 3 of such assemblies, like
Yeah.
one very old, one like not so old, but also old, and one like he just bought from eBay, which was like manufactured in the 90s. And I was lucky on that because that one had like, F keys block
Oh,
separate.
Yeah.
So I cut it out
Oh, nice.
and was able to experiment without destroying anything.
Yeah.
Because like the connections between the main board and the daughter board were like from the shittiest cable I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It was this piece of paper with
Lines in
thin wires in it, and not even wires. They're like so it's a piece of paper which has metal
Wow.
deposited
Yeah,
on it, and
yeah.
then second piece of paper. So
Yeah.
like those flat flexible cables,
Yeah,
FFC,
right.
except paper.
Right. Which
So
isn't
even
gonna
worse
last
than
very
that.
long.
It would last if you don't touch it, but
Yeah.
until you don't touch it. So I cut it off and had 6x4 matrix to play
Yeah.
unencumbered by anything else.
Nice.
And that's how I actually made it like 1 key works and 4, and then I like soldered other rows, and it just worked. And I converted. I asked him to, if it's fine to destroy the, to pull out the chips from a Harris, because I'm pretty sure I will get it working. And got new one working. Then the second from the
Then you get the older ones.
and the older one, which I was starting with because it was like in not a good shape.
Yeah.
And turns out that actually, if you touch with the soldering iron one of those, the solder jumps out of the pin. So the problem with desoldering usually is that you need to hit all the pins so the solder is soft, and then you can pull out the part.
Yeah.
So in this case, it wasn't a problem. You touch the lead,
just popped
and
off,
it pops out, and that's why I wasn't able to get anywhere with a controller, with like a brain replacement.
Yeah.
Because the problem there was that the connections between keys was so shitty. It was like the original electronic couldn't get them out.
Right.
And then I spent like 3 hours or so just like resoldering everything, because it was a big keyboard, like 100 keys or so.
Oh wow.
And it took convincing. So no amount of flux worked. What worked is a flux plus I got a pin with a ring on top of it, like made it from a diode, and like you actually you hit the pin, and you like.
So the solder wouldn't bond with the pin, the pin posts
the pin
anymore?
material didn't. It's called wetting.
I guess you could file it or something.
Yeah, and I'm filing it with a piece of metal actually. Yeah. So filing is not also an option, because the leads are pretty thin. You don't have much to file.
Nothing, right?
So I'll kind of scrape them, and in the base of acid essentially, because flux is an acid. Yeah. It's just not active at room temperature.
Okay.
It becomes active about like 130, 150 Fahrenheit. When the rosin melts, it becomes a weak acid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and essentially it was like an acid bath and like sponge.
Yeah.
And it took like a lot of time to restore it, but I restored it in the end.
So you got those 3 boards from the guy because you started making CommonSense, and then people started reaching out to you?
No, I actually did make CommonSense and actually received one of those. It was,
That's a custom keycap.
Yeah,
this is the award
it's the keycap.
Oh, nice.
Not a golden one, but a silver one.
I don't know what these are. This is new to me. Okay.
DTA,
so every year they vote on the
awards.
best project, right? I saw this year's. I'm new, right? So in November is when I started actually.
Okay.
But I saw people nominating this year, but I didn't go back and read the previous years.
Yeah, 2019 was actually there is a decline because nobody wants to keep up the organizing and stuff.
Yeah, right.
And it's pretty expensive. So you should read the story. This is Wingnut Keycap. There is a story. They made
Wingnut Keycap. Very cool.
And it's on purpose.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Award winner. I love it.
Yeah, there was 7 categories in 2018 or something, and it was kind of ironic because I made the thing, started making it in 2016. By 2017, I actually made it, and Red doesn't visit us often anymore for some reasons. Red was trying to nominate me, but it was some very strange things that won over my submission, and then
right.
And then I found work, and I actually my last visit to the authority was August 20th. Mid-August 2018.
Oh wow!
And suddenly in December, I see a private message. Oh, you have received private message on this Thursday. Going in, and Matteo okay, what's your address? We need to deliver your prize. What's your address? And I'm oh yeah, shit. Okay. So yes, that's how I got one. And
cool.
So it was done, and again, about September 2018, some guy connects me you made the capacitive one, the only one unsolved left is inductive, but it's probably will be easy for you, and it sends it to me, and I'm have work, and exactly a year after I finally like get a, you know, PTO, a week off, and like make it work, finally, and send it to him. And I actually brought it to him in person because, you know, it kind of.
Where was he?
He lives in
person,
Texas actually, and I was I have a friend in Texas, so I was
You
driving.
just went down there? Oh yeah.
It was October. I was driving from MPK, Facebook HQ, to Dallas and to Ohio,
Oh nice.
Air Force Museum, and then back. It's like 6,000 miles or so.
That's
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, and that car in my garage, 6 years, 140,000 miles. In the first
You drive everywhere.
In the first year, I got 36. I got through warranty in the first year.
Wow.
36k miles. Honda.
What are you doing? You're driving every weekend or something?
I was. So the story is, I bought a car and I was coming from Singapore, 20 by 30 kilometers, like very small place, and like
Yeah.
you know, car is useless there.
Right.
Because like once you finish pressing accelerator, you are like out of country essentially.
Wow.
Yeah, I went
So
back.
it's a novelty having a car in America, you mean, or what? Or-
So I got my driver license in 2007, and bought a car and essentially got 200,000 kilometers.
You
on
just
it
love
in
driving, I guess.
I do love driving, yeah.
I'm from Montana. Have you ever driven through Montana? Or?
Oh yeah, MT200 is awesome.
Yeah.
Like there is this, you know, there is I-90 through Montana, but there is also like a
The
road
Highline,
above Montana 200, like
Oh, that's what it's
US2, and that's awesome because like it has Montana terrain, so it's not completely flat,
No, it's more mountainous and.
and there is nobody there.
Yep. Well, there's no one on the lower one either, but there's even less. I mean, I'm saying there's no one period because you can drive 85 miles an hour because it's so far between every town. That's not very populous. The towns.
Yeah,
are,
yeah, and speed limit is like 75, so you can drive
Yeah.
85 without like you
Yeah.
know risk of
No problem,
talking
yeah.
to police.
I think
And
currently
yeah.
it's 85 on the interstates right now. The signs even. Yeah. You've been recently? My parents live there. I grew up there, but yeah.
Montana, I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's 80 or 75.
Yeah, some high. I think it's in the 8s, but I don't know. Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, anyway, yeah, Montana, you know, Highway 200 is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It's actually like, it's not straight, it's interesting, but there is no people on it.
Yep. Yep.
You like,
Drive for miles.
you get one car, you see one car every like 20 to 40 minutes, and that's a car which goes in an opposite direction.
Yeah.
So there are no RVs there, there's nothing. Like
Yeah,
it's, you know, if you like to drive, that's the place.
That's the place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so yeah, I do drive a lot. So yeah, I brought it back to him in person, and he's like, I want to, you know, I want to give you a gift for it. I had like a, you know, and he's like, okay, you sold it. I want to give you a gift of something, like you know, some rare keyboards or something. And like, I'm not a collector. Like, I want a beam spring, but like, you know, it's, you know, expensive gift and all that. He's like, yeah, I had a new inbox 3279, which is like the closest to normal layout. It
Yeah.
has this strange beam spring layout, but it has like a block of keys on the left and on the right.
Uh-huh.
And the one on the right is like two keys, you know, 2x4 and then 3x4. So you can have no.
Yeah, you can do a lot with that.
I need arrows. And I need an escape key. Because
Yeah.
of this is a 522. It has a cross.
Yeah.
I cannot use it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I like it.
You just don't want to raise
It's a
up that
frustration.
far? What's the middle one doing? Nothing?
It's like it was something home or something like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. Like I literally cannot use it.
Interesting, because I
Because
feel
like I home here and like left and right immediately have no keys and this like breaks the typing.
But with all these different layouts, don't we? I guess I assumed we all just adapt to whatever we're using.
No, I can't.
It's like every laptop's different than every desktop keyboard.
No.
No.
Laptop and desktop keyboards are the same actually. The only thing is like the arrows, but
But it won't be in the same spot.
Same
It might
way-
be smaller and over. You know, like
yeah,
you're
but the
reaching.
baseline of the keyboard
Yeah.
is the same. So
Yeah.
you have control here, space, like
Yeah.
you know, you are at mercy of notebook manufacturer for those two, or three, or four, and you have a
Yeah.
arrow cluster here. So
Uh-huh.
that's So those and those are my must-have
The things
keys.
you must have. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So extant, which is like, so my escape key is here on like my primary drivers at work. Escape key is here because it's the escape key must be a key which is left top.
Yeah.
I cannot tolerate anything else, and I need this key. I use escape a lot, and like the arrows must be to the right and then like inverted T.
I get you.
I cannot relearn.
Yep.
So I can relearn lots of things, but those two I cannot relearn.
Yep.
And yeah, that's why I'm not a collector, because it doesn't make sense for me. I am, apparently I am a collector. I
Yeah,
have
you
about
say
10
you're
of
not,
them.
but when you got, oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Where
But
do you get yours? Do you get them off eBay or do you?
so
buy
the
them in
top rail
stores?
over there,
Yeah.
the
This one's
the one,
Topra?
yeah,
Yeah.
you can pull it out if you want to. It's a Japanese, it's a Japanese layout.
Is it Real
Because,
Force or
This
or
is
Leopold or?
this is Dharma tactical keyboard. So this is like a Japanese domestic market thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you can see, it misses 2 keys, and it actually survived, or rather did not survive, a flood. So it was much dirtier. Now it's just dusty, but it was much dirtier when I got it.
Feels nice. Topra.
Yeah, this is like 35 gram ones, so like this is the
Yeah,
lightest.
Pretty light.
So the Japaneseness of it is here, because instead of spacebar you have 4 keys.
Yeah, look at
The
that little
space
space
bars.
bar. Isn't he cute?
The enter, and you have
Yeah.
shift here, but for Japanese you have extra, and you have those 2 extra buttons, and backspace is also 1 unit. So it's like 90 key or 89 key or something
Yeah.
like that. But yes, otherwise standard 10 key less. I used it to convert
Where'd you get it?
from a guy who was in Japan for a couple of years,
Oh, I
then
see.
went back. He worked in Oculus. He was in Japan for a couple of years where he bought this one.
These
Then they
class.
then they returned from Japan, and he was kind of suffering a flood. So this one was
Oh, it actually did go in a flood.
declared-
It's underwater.
it was pretty dirty. So essentially, like the flood was upstairs, but things like poured seeped down through the ceiling and like
Did it stop working then, or what?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it kind of stopped working, except when I disassembled it, it wasn't. It was normal. This is military wires.
Oh, because that looks a little cleaner
yeah.
than I watched
And-
Mateo's
And
builds,
so
and he uses
you
big
see,
heavy wires.
they had current limiting resistors, and that made me like. So I removed the driver chips, but later I figured out didn't need to, because it has resistors. It had resistors.
And you could have used those.
Yeah, and I could just like desolder resistors and like solder.
Instead,
into
you
it.
had to add your own
And I
resistors,
actually
or what?
no, I
No.
just directly connect to stuff, because the chip has internal pull-ups,
Oh.
and you don't need the external ones.
Oh.
So yeah, and this is a Topre converted to. This was a proof of concept that I can actually handle Topre,
That's
because
really
it's
cool.
also capacitive, and also this controller is the only thing that allows new Topre board development, because those Topre which are converted to other converters, they use Topre's sensing chips.
Oh.
And so they need to keep at least one of those, it has like very strange casing, as in very high pitch. So
noisy.
it's very hard to desolder and solder back.
Oh.
So they actually like nobody gets custom Topre PCBs.
Yeah.
So you get the whole assembly,
Right.
and like you keep the sensing things, and you like mate it to your own controller.
Yeah.
And this is like a total conversion that uses no original chips.
Nice.
Yeah. So this would be the same thing if I get back to if I get down to data sheets and figure out what I need to desolder. Or you, if you want to. I can show you on one chip and let you play with others. Okay. 53345P. Not by now, I want the datasheet.
So you do
Yeah,
software, but you know a lot about hardware, huh?
I am a production engineer in Facebook.
Okay. So you're like, you mean the racks and the servers or stuff?
Nah, production engineer is like SRE in Google or like DevOps.
Yeah, DevOps. Okay.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
fuck, okay, there is no datasheet. Oh, come on, Gancom inventory, okay. Fuck. P.
Oops.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, I was hitting the vice over here.
You can remove it actually. It's I
Yeah.
missed it when I was collecting stuff. Like yeah, put it somewhere.
Oops,
like
on the floor.
Everything is a fair game.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. So there are no datasheets of any kind. This is bad. Oh no, PDF. Cool. Come on. Okay, this will take a bit more searching than I wanted to. Maybe those are just. No. I had a multimeter somewhere around. It's probably. It's probably.
So this is the military wire right here. This
Yeah.
middle?
It's Teflon isolation.
Oh, nice. How
It's
do
a-
you
it's a-
strip? How do you just strip it if I need to? Really
You
fine.
have a wire stripper there.
That's
but,
was that small.
It's 0.07 millimeter wire.
Wow.
So yeah, you can strip it, but since it's Teflon, it's very resilient, both mechanically and thermally. This is a blessing and a curse because.
It sure is thin and light.
I only recently bought a wire stripper, believe it or not. Before that, I actually had a wire stripper with no tab position, so you had to like.
Yeah. That goes that small.
Yeah, and okay, I will still need that one. Okay.
Let me see,
So
this
it's
one
it's
doesn't-
it's unstrippable with those strippers.
Yeah.
But yes, it's a blessing and a curse because the wire is pretty thin, as you can
Yeah.
probably see. You barely see the.
You have to get some of the tip off to solder it, right?
Of course,
Yeah.
you have to do that. When you solder things down. Anyway,
Yeah.
the thing is that Teflon is not melting.
So what do you do?
So you
Do you
strip
get
it.
X-Acto knife and cut it or not?
No, it's actually like you can strip it with. It's just this stripper is too large.
There's a smaller one. Okay. that
Yeah,
was-
there's probably a smaller one. I haven't seen them here, but yeah, there's probably a smaller one.
Well, I mean, how'd you do the board you just showed me, the Topro? You had to strip the.
Yeah, I stripped them, but the bad thing is like it's hard to strip. It's too thin. The good thing, whatever distance you strip, it stays the same distance. Because like those, for example, almost all isolation is when you hit it, it melts and shrinks
Yeah.
away. This one doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I like how thin it is because, like, I looked at Mateo's videos where he's like soldering. He gets some gauge wire, like, and then they're big old wires, right? But that
Yeah.
one's nice. It's thin and
Yeah.
folds into your. You can fold the case around it and all this stuff.
This is used in some. This is not a current wire; it's a signal wire, and it's very thin and light, and it's very thermally stable. So
Yeah.
military guys. So I didn't. I only half joked that this is a military wire because it was quite hard to get, except if your town has some, radio electronics plant, factory which makes military things.
I see.
I'm coming from Soviet Union,
So that's where you got
yeah.
it. So you can't get that. I couldn't buy that right now in America.
You can, but I don't know specifications.
Yeah.
You can buy everything in America, but this one was from, old Soviet stock.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it says parts of it are 74 series. 74 P. Data sheet. So now I'm essentially figuring out the chips.
Yeah.
Like the chip.
So you
okay,
picked a
this
different one. Yeah.
This is a level converter. Well, it's NAND gates, but I bet it's a level converter because it's probably has its, both logical inputs short and just used as a. No, this. Okay. So it actually, one of them is actually used in a scanning mechanics. At face value, and the second of them must be just a buffer. Okay, 74 less 14p.
So where do you learn the board stuff like that? Like knowing what these parts are for and stuff, just from playing with a lot of boards, or when you were growing up, you had classes about it?
When I grew up, I actually spent. Oh fuck.
Is it
I guess it.
battery?
No, battery didn't die, but it probably will soon because it was
This-
since Tuesday it was on.
Yeah.
Luckily there was no highlight, but since it looks like it was on since Tuesday. Anyway, we have those in fire alarms, so I have supply. But yeah, it's just like when you figure out that you forgot to turn things
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
and it's battery powered. It's like
Mhm.
shit, you made a mistake. Okay. It was pretty dirty.
Yeah, I mean, I've had way dirtier, but that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
was saying. I'm wondering what I should do. What are you cleaning though? What is like up here? Because what'd you just rub?
I was
this?
brushing those things because it has like pieces of
Yeah.
dirt, and when I see enough of them, I usually take effort to go and
Yeah.
brush them off. Because as you can see,
Yeah,
I'm not really. It's not a clean room.
No.
It's
my,
far from
my
that.
table's the same.
Well, yeah. 14p. So 2p. This is a bit different. It has too many chips. I think it has something to do with the amount of LEDs it has. But those Mitsubishi parts, I'm not sure what they are. It doesn't matter much. It would just... We may have to desolder a bit more than needed.
Like if you had the part data sheet, it would tell you what you needed and what you're gonna do. But if you don't have it, you have to figure it out yourself.
I have to guess, and guessing involves desoldering of the stuff you
Yeah.
didn't want to desolder.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so positive NOR gates. Inverters. 14p.
What was that original? What was this one? So I can look too, I guess. But what was the part number on that first one?
What do you mean? On the chip?
This one, yeah, that chip, I guess. The one you're looking at.
M
Yeah.
533 45p.
P.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there is also mark 708000, but I guess that's date code.
Okay.
But you can actually, look up that too, just in case. Maybe it's not a date code.
7800.
78000.
780.
No, 708000. Sorry, 708000.
8000.
No. Six characters at all. Yeah, 708000. Yes, that's. Yeah, prepare for.
Yeah, no, I was just seeing it. I can do that while you're looking too.
I have Wi-Fi.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, you're probably using a hotspot or something.
No, my own phone.
Yeah, it's called Mana T5,
Yep.
and it's Russian words.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm a Dvorak typer, so we gotta
Oh,
change
okay.
it first. But here, you can do it, but just let me.
Like Odin.
Here's US.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's Russian word in translating registers. So if I tell you, you wouldn't enter proper letters.
Right.
Yeah. It's, no, I don't want any. Okay. Fucking autocorrect. I just switched. We finally got 16 inches notebooks available.
Nice.
And I just switched the machine and
So you don't have all your stuff?
I kinda have all my stuff, but the problem is correct spelling automatically, capitalize word automatically, Yeah, it's
like your
one
CommonSense setup. You already did that. Put it back on there and stuff, or what?
No, it's I have
A separate laptop for that,
not even a laptop, it's a desktop.
or desktop. Okay.
Yeah.
I got rid of all my desktops.
I don't know. I kind of find it better suited for hardware things, because you kind of need some strange stuff sometimes, and also you have you need to have USB ports. You need to have USB ports you're not afraid to fry.
Yeah.
And the desktop, which has 8 of them, it's much better. Also, strangely, when you do USB debugging, Wireshark, there is a Wireshark which actually works on USB, but there is lots of spam if you have a single USB controller. It's much better if you connect your device and test to a separate USB controller and grab only that controller.
Nice.
So desktop has its place in building things.
I guess. What about, couldn't you plug in USB to your laptop that has a bunch of USB controllers? And
yeah, I could probably go that way, but I have this desktop free because the guy was leaving the country and left it to me.
Oh, nice.
And I have this monitor also free because I was downsized with half of the company, half of the office, and they had hardware they won't need. It's not like they were replacing me with somebody. They just let half of the office away, and I'm can I get the monitor? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So that's how I get this one.
What about this? It's probably not right, but I think it said similar parts, but is it not really? It won't help anything because it's It's not too similar. Not similar enough.
Nope, not similar enough. This is like a microprocessor, and
Okay.
those are definitely like some discrete logic.
Okay.
But yeah, it's that's the worst part. You need to figure out the chips before you actually go and
Yeah.
make an action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what else do we have? Okay, I found one we need to get away with.
That's good.
Resistors. Okay, resistors go to LEDs. Awesome. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So they make it like in reverse. So usually you connect a minus of a LED to the ground, and then resistors, and then a chip. And here they like make it in a different way. So it's resistor to the rail, and the chip is like directly connected to, like, you put the resistor on top of the LED, on the bottom of the LED. Like, bottom of the LED is like very rare nowadays, but they do it that way.
Okay.
We'll figure out LED paths later, I guess. Okay, so I'm pretty sure what we need to remove.
Okay.
I will remove one of them. And do you want to do manual stuff or not? It's fine if you don't. It's fine if you do, because
I don't mind, but it's like whatever. Like, what's the goal today? Are we just gonna do like two, and then are we gonna use this and like what are we trying to do? Just make one valve work or something? Or?
No. Our goal today is to do the whole conversion. We just need to remove chips, solder one of those to them to get. So we will need to remove those two and this one.
I guess I would watch because you know what you're doing more.
Okay, conveniently located on like opposite sides of the board.
That's convenient or not convenient? Not
convenient because like we need to find a place for a controller and put it there and like patch the wires to that place and solder them there.
Okay.
All right. I mean, like, how much of it you want? How much of it you want to do yourself?
I don't mind if I do none, but it's up. I don't want to make you mad. If you want me to do it, I'll do it. But it's more like learning, and then if I see future stuff, I can try to keep building on it. But
I'm fine with doing like it, doing it completely myself. Or have you do it like almost completely yourself? Okay, fine. Well, you wanted to record stuff, I guess.
Yeah, it's recording right now the whole time. So. Yeah.
So it's like.
It's pretty broad view. So
okay.
I can zoom in if we start to do some.
Yeah. So I think we will start doing things. I guess. We'll start with removing the chips.
I guess I might need to charge my phone, but we'll see. I have my.
Is it USB-C one or like Lightning one?
Lightning.
Okay.
I have all that stuff too
okay.
with me, but it looks like you obviously have some too. But let me pause it for a sec.
Yeah, it would all be like in this area, essentially. If we have,
I can back it up.
We almost have enough space, but like almost.
No, I can move any.
Yeah.
What's can I open this? Or
yeah.
we're gonna use it.
It's it's opens here.
Yeah.
We're gonna use it, but we'll get to it a bit later.
It'll be a while. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, that's all this came with is literally, yep, just this, nothing else, huh?
yeah,
Documentation's online and stuff.
Yeah. Documentation's online. It has a QR code on it, if I remember correctly. And documentation's on the other side. Like the most documentation, all documentation you will ever need. Well, and then data sheets, and then application notes, and then.
And then the rest, like programming it, is up to you. They don't even give you any. There's no. When it says prototyping kit, what makes it a prototyping kit? You can plug anything into anything and do anything.
So the prototyping kit is essentially it's fine. Static electricity is not that bad. The prototyping kit is for this chip actually. So this is a chip you will buy. It's pretty expensive one. This is like the most expensive variety actually.
What is it? This is like the Atmel.
Like Atmel, but Cypress one.
Okay.
Different manufacturer. So this is a like low cost prototyping chip because as you can see it has no LEDs. It's like hard to solder, and this is actually a breakout board for it.
Okay.
And this is a programmer.
Okay.
So like initial programming you do with that end, and then you unplug this one, and now it's an USB device.
You use this while you're debugging it, but then later when you want to use it
this is a programmer, so if you plug it into a USB port.
Oh, that's the USB right there. That's the big USB.
Yeah, so
I see, yeah, okay, gotcha.
If you plug it here,
okay.
it would start blinking. That's like initial programs they have there.
Yeah.
So then you will go and program it.
Yeah.
And after you program it, it becomes a USB device.
What's a common programming environment for kits like that? What do you use?
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay.
This has a special IDE for it.
Does Cypress has its own editor and EEPROM? What is this? Yeah, when you're flashing it, is it EEPROMs? You're putting a code in EEPROM?
Okay. I need to.
It's too much. Yeah, okay.
No. I'll need to figure out your current level. What do you know about electronics?
Not as you've been saying a lot that I don't know. Like basically in college I had computer science, but I had a little bit of EE courses. So I did some program, flashing of chips or whatever, but just that was 30 years ago, 35 years ago or something. Yeah.
Okay, so those are EEPROMs.
Yeah.
You probably recognize the words. So electrically erasable.
Yeah.
They are like actually a flash stuff. So you still flash it. So it actually uses like flash memory.
Yeah. Is it like NVRAM or newer stuff or something?
So it has 2 kilobytes of NVRAM, but I don't know if it's a section on a flash or actual honest to God NVRAM.
Yeah.
Because there are differences. NVRAM is different from a flash because NVRAM has like usually not very limited number of rewrite cycles, and flash has like 10,000 or so.
Okay, gotcha.
And so like if you save logs to flash, you would need to implement like wear level and stuff. So you instead of like you have 64K buffer of logs, but not to burn out flash in a year, you need to have like 100 of those blocks.
Keep moving them,
rotating rotating through them, and also there's a thing there is like it's erasable, but the block you can erase is much larger than the block you can write.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, write amplification and all that. You can.
But that's flash memory, is what you're talking about? Or?
Yeah, that's flash memory. So yeah, the flash memory for it is there. It's 256K flash, if I remember correctly.
Now, is this like Intel or like RISC based, or this chip?
This is ARM.
ARM.
So
okay,
RISC.
Okay.
It's ARM. It's Cortex M3, if I understand correctly, if I remember correctly. Like this, command system for it. It's like, standard term commands. Okay, so I'll make another attempt to figure out what those Mitsubishi parts are. I kind of have an idea, but not a very good idea. I know about those three, but everything else I don't know, and we need to find the one that drives LEDs, because we don't want to drive LEDs from GPIO.
Is this thing...
It won't help. There is no chips there, so you can actually look through it. And,
all the way through.
And there is literally nothing there.
Yep, I see.
It's like,
I saw it. Yep.
There is a one,
Oh, there is one?
There are 3 switches here.
Yeah, that's in
But then it's absolutely empty.
Yep, okay.
Yeah. All right. So. Oh yeah, all data should come as it. Cool. Damn it. I'm trying to volunteer, like, you know, couple of weeks, maybe less than a month. I'm trying to volunteer now, like Connections Museum. We are trying to
Connections what? Museum?
Seattle Connections Museum. Yeah.
Oh, what's that one?
Telecomhistory.org. They have like
Telecomhistory.org. Okay.
yeah, they are in you know, Duwamish CenturyLink central office. Central office is like fancy speak for phone station. Yeah, and the
What's the name of the website again?
Telecomhistory.org.
History.org.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and
Oh wow.
they also like all the parts are Western Electric. And there is no spec, or rather there is a spec. They have a whole box of aperture cards. You know what there are. So aperture cards is actually like punched card, which has a hole for 35mm slide in it.
Whoa.
And they have more than 100,000 of those cards slides, but there are no index.
Right.
Yeah, so you what do? You go and look at the front panel, you see SD 95121, and you go to that particular thing, you rotate the frames, like it has 11, you know, pods.
Yeah.
You rotate the one you need to the top, and then you try to figure out where the card is, because it's like you have a...
What are you talking about? A historical picture, or what are we talking about? A card? What's a card?
One moment.
Yeah.
So you like rotate the one with like nearest 20,000 cards to the top. They are like in order. You go and find the card. You pull it out. It also says SD 95121. Then and there are several of them. Like 01, 02, 03, you pull out those, you go into to a projector like microfiche viewer.
That's what I was saying. It sounds like a microfilm library.
Yeah,
it is a microfilm.
It is a microfilm library.
But instead of being on reels, it's in like flat.
So like the pages are like on separate cards, and cards have holes in them, but nobody yet knows.
It's funny enough, but I just went to the city because I want to build a deck on the roof of my house, and they have, it's called their microfilm section, even though nowadays they named it wrong because it's the microfilm area, but it's all digital now, of course, right? So PDF plans of your house and blueprints and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be microfilm, but now it's not.
Yeah.
But they named it. So they need to rename their thing because it's wrong. Like
people know it as a microfilm.
Right. So are you saying when you volunteer, are you trying to take those and get them into the modern world, and like or not?
So they trying to restore stuff. They have you know, one ESS, you know, 3 ESS. 3 ESS is like first one where marker is, you know, a CPU. The 3 ESS is the first one. The marker is actually a computer.
Wow.
So they are trying to start it. They emulate the tape. No discs. It's tape. Tape is pretty fierce too, so it's 30 inches per second, 1600 bits per inch, so it's pretty dense.
Wow.
And like, it spins up to 30 inches per second in 40 milliseconds, worst case.
Wow.
And like, you know, I don't know how and it's like quarter-inch tape.
Yeah.
I don't know how they managed to keep it intact.
Oh my God.
Because like 40 milliseconds to 30 inches per second in 40 milliseconds is pretty huge acceleration, but they somehow they...
No, that's still in use, or this is a historical project?
No, it's not in use because they... So
Thank
the problem
heavens.
is the cassette itself, it's not like reel-to-reel, it has a single opening to which the capstan plugs in, and it has like rubber bands inside of it. So those rubber bands are gone. And they can't replace it because like nobody knows what they were.
So you
But
kinda
they
have to-
were like rubber doesn't work. And they had to be like non-stretchable, so there was like some special plastic.
Yeah.
They were like manufactured by 3M for those guys.
I see.
And so like it's not possible to buy a new one now. And like the old ones you buy, they won't work because like those rubber bands they're gone from time.
Seems like social engineering. If you found someone in 3M, maybe they'd help.
No, because like they are not manufactured anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like to remember, they after like couple of years they stopped attempts at fixing that, and they just like emulate the tape drive now.
Wow.
Yeah, and they actually, so they have tapes, so they gave them to some guy who actually does the thing for a living, and he disassembled the cassette, put it on a tape transport, like Ampex, huge Ampex tape transport, figured out where the tracks were, and at 3.65 inches per second, standard reel-to-reel tape speed,
Yeah.
he actually read them out and provided them with the audio files.
Wow.
And they decoded those audio files in normal bits.
Back to digital again.
Yeah, back to digital.
Wow.
So they usually like have huge of a file, and there is also an interesting remark there that I don't know what the normal tape direction should be. So if it doesn't decode,
You gotta
please
flip the
go
whole thing backwards.
open it in audio editor, flip it,
Flip
and
it.
like save it back and try that.
Wow. That's some trippy.
Yeah, and yeah, but
That's some cool stuff.
yeah, this reminds me of that. So like if I were in the museum and I see like the part number I don't know, I would actually go and find out the card. But if I don't know the index,
Yeah.
I have no chance of ever finding out anything. It's like
Yeah.
the internet before Google.
Right.
The internet before search engines at all.
Right.
Not even Alta Vista,
It's like a card catalog.
Yeah, it's a card catalog. It's like it has everything, but you need to know where to look.
Everything for the things that they use, or you're saying it wouldn't have this Mitsubishi part?
No, it won't have.
Just things they've
It's
used
only
and-
things for parts that they use.
Yeah.
But there are engineering drawings, there are theory of operations,
Yeah.
there is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can actually find so you open that microfiche, it says like some part number. That part number description is in the catalog. It has a number.
Yeah.
You go and find that number.
You get more
It's
details.
like,
yeah, you keep getting more details.
Yeah,
but,
you're pulling out the string and like more and more stuff comes
Wow.
out. Yeah.
I never heard of such a complex.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like I spent like an hour just looking around at the thing, like trying to make
Sounds like
sense
your
of
kind
it.
of place because it's hardware related centric and
Yeah,
yeah.
and we're like trying to make a trunk operational. Trunk is like the thing that goes like 20 voice channels in and like packs them
Yeah.
up into 4 wires.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway. So the part numbers we will not be able to find. Oh, digipart. What's a digipart? Huh. Huh. Damn it. Not datasheets.
So Mitsubishi probably has it, but it's in Japanese, so our search engines can't really find it. You'd think Mitsubishi would have their own library of all their parts they ever made, but
Yeah, they do, but eBay. Yeah, except there are the different ones.
yeah.
And okay. Yeah, people use older stuff and sell, but no datasheets.
So if we got the electronics working, do you think like these sliders are
Sliders are
scratchy
okay.
or what? Or
Nah.
they don't need cleaning and stuff?
No, they are the same. So the hard thing about it is to remove this outer shield without damaging it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't do it.
Okay. No, I'd rather not.
Yeah, but it has rust on it, so you need to do something about that. Or maybe not. It would last like another 10 years, so not a big problem.
Well, if I knew how to
PCB is
fix the
good.
rust, I would. What do I? Let's see.
There are rust converters.
That's what was it? The man cave guy or whatever. He's in England.
You want water?
Sure. Just a glass or something.
I'm starting to try.
Yeah. We got some rust here. Yeah. Thank you. So what if the rust 10 years you said, then what'll happen? The rust will do what? It's just the plate, so who cares? Like
Yep, exactly that.
It won't hurt anything on the electronics or
Nope. So the rust
only if
itself,
the plate falls apart because it got too crappy.
yeah, eventually the plate will fall apart, and but yeah, it's riveted, so
Not easy to fix anyways.
yeah, so fixing that rust would be a
Hard
project.
task. Yeah.
But yeah, there are rust converters which convert rust. So like there are zinc oxides or something. They plate them over with the stuff that doesn't rust, but
I didn't see that one. That's probably the worst part right there.
not much. It too don't like outlive you and me and like coil oils
Yeah.
because that's like literally like 50 years there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay then.
So, I guess if I keep distracting you, we're never gonna get done. But like you said, you said the X-Watsits were getting too pricey, so you're like, screw this. But then you ended up spending $2,500 just to figure out your new one.
$400 about. So this one like $600 new. I've got.
What is
three. This is a soldering iron.
Oh, that is your soldering station?
Yeah. This is the other end of it.
Oh, that's
it's called a
nice.
production iron.
Oh, nice.
Production iron means it can work like for 12 hours and do not overheat. So like non-production irons, like there is a best thing you can find now. It's called TS80. So the thing is, they have a warning. So if you run it for like 40 minutes, the handle will start to warm up uncomfortably.
Yeah.
So that thing can actually work like 12 hours and...
what made you buy that instead of like the $200, $400 soldering iron? Like what? You knew you were going to be soldering a lot, I guess?
Nah, it's...
like having good stuff?
When I started doing this, I was invited to a secret keyboard makers channel. There is one.
Oh, nice.
And Hata, like all the Input Club is there, like several other people. And there was a guy there, a part of Input Club, who, and then like, I need to buy a soldering station. Like, is that $70? Chinese one is fine. And the guy comes in and like, no, you don't want to. Like, you can forget about soldering chips with that shit because you would kill it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why? Because like, you will need to turn the temperature up to actually get anything done, because the tip itself doesn't have thermal inertia, and it has a temperature sensor too far from the tip, so the reaction time is not fast.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, biomedical, you will thank me later. And I bought one, and I fried it like 2 days later, a week later or something, and I bought 3 of those, which are like beefier part number, and they didn't work, so I bought 3 by $200 and like trying in hope that I would, cannibalize parts and assemble a single working one. turns out they have a characteristic failure mode when like main driving transistor fails because of there is like they have all have died from the same cause.
The cheap ones are not this one, right?
This one.
That one died a lot.
This one was dead. They like don't die a lot. Like they just tend to die in the same way.
Yeah.
So I got 3 ones which didn't work for the same reason.
Did you get them replaced? I mean, you didn't pay.
It was like bought on eBay as is. So I actually bought replacement parts.
So you got a production system for cheap used three times over till you got enough parts that worked. Got it.
Yeah, but it didn't work, so I had to buy like $10 worth of like transistor, resistor, and another transistor, and replaced them, and I got
inside
3 working soldering stations,
nice,
which I don't need, and like they are in that box actually.
Okay. You got tons of tips. You use that many?
Yeah.
You've used them all too.
I rarely use them, but they are there because the rest of them are in that big box, and there are like 50 of them or so.
Jeez.
Because I bought a pack when it was cheap.
Yeah.
It was like, here you go, like assortment of tips, $20, whatever. Like new one costs 30. So I ended up paying 40, but I had like a large selection. So like the new ones in box look like this, and this one in particular is a big guy. So it actually, you can actually like cut the solder, cut the piece of solder like this with this one when it's hot. It's like 80 watts in a small package. So this is like one of them.
What would you do with that one? What do you do with that big one? What would the project be that you're doing?
It wasn't a project. I got it randomly, so I
mean, it's not like you'd unsolder 4 of these if you wanted to just by touching it.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's what it would be for.
It was. I don't think it's wide enough. So.
What do you have for solder sucker? What do you use?
No, I don't use anything. Yeah, it's actually possible to just desolder that thing in one touch.
Well, when you desolder, you gotta.
No, I don't need to.
You just leave stuff there, or what?
So desoldering is rarely needed. I have a couple of solder wicks.
Yeah. Okay.
I used those twice when I needed to repair.
Yeah.
So like I have my tires balanced by like the best tire balancer in the whole Pacific Northwest. They are racing guys, and racing guys from like as far as Vancouver go to them to like change the tires. And they had a problem. Their balancer like was giving up the ghost, and I went to them to change the tires, and they're like, we cannot balance it today. It's too hot.
And you're like, let me
I'm
fix
like,
it.
what do you mean it's too hot? It's like our balancer, it like spins longer and longer, and when it's hotter, it's a hotter weather, it just like doesn't stop.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, what? Okay. And I brought
You went and brought that
those pieces there and like figured out what was wrong.
What was it?
And so it has those photo interrupters. It looks like a P letter. So like it's soldered down this way. Here is a LED, and here is like photo transistor, and it detects when something goes in. So there are 3 of them there. One is the start of revolution, and there is like toothed thing which has 32 teeth, and there are 2 sensors like this, so it can figure out where it is. Like it counts the interruptions. So like, okay, the rotation started, and then 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. So they are positioned in a way that if you go this way or that way, it would know. Like the same tooth will be going this way or that way. They're like pretty close.
Yeah.
So one of them, the transistor went down and couldn't pull down the level back down to logical 0. Like spec says 0.7 volts, if I remember correctly. It got to 0.9. So it couldn't. So the system could no longer produce. Could no longer see the tooth passing, and since it didn't know what to do, it just continued spinning and spinning in the hope that it would actually stabilize.
And that's only when it gets hot that it can go down to 0.7?
Yeah, so semiconductors get worse with higher temperature.
Yeah.
So when it was colder, it was fine. It was just barely pulling it down to 0.7. But like when it was a normal
So you
sunny
fixed their
weather.
thing, huh? That's crazy.
Yeah, I fixed the thing, and yeah.
Did they fix your tires for free or give you a discount at least or something?
Actually, no, because they took my money already. But they sent me a gift card for like Z plus $20, week ago. So, and I guess when I get back for the next one, it will be free.
Because you saved their bacon there.
Yeah. And they were like about to buy a new one because it's
probably thousands of dollars, right? What was the new one?
It's about 15 to 2000.
Yeah.
But like the one they had, it worked for like 12 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, maybe it removed anyway. Okay, time to fire things up. Where is the cap? This thing. Cap.
What kind of cap? Oh, the pen.
It's right there.
I thought I saw it.
I'll forget my head.
It's hard to manage 80 tools.
Yes.
I try to put them in little. You got it pretty organized. You got certain ones in certain spots.
I try to keep them in, but like some of them will need to go away because like I have, for example, for those I have like 4 or 5 of them.
Right, you don't need that many.
Okay, so we probably want to be closer. So we have a hot air thing going like 310 degrees or so. You don't want to go higher because if you overheat the chip, so there are 2 risks there. A, overheat the chip, which is not what we worry about here because like it's going out anyway and we don't want to put the clip back, but the problem is the tracks can actually delaminate.
This is part of your soldering station? You have
this is a cheap Chinese one.
So it's the 310's not tied to that then?
No, 310 is actually 310 degrees Celsius.
Oh, to that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's, what do you call that thing?
This is a hot air station.
And it's common for removing integrated circuits?
Not really.
What do you use it for? Heat shrink? A lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, you can use it for a lot of stuff, but like I use it to remove the chips. Yeah. See? There is, it actually, like, it melted but not everywhere, and that prevents me from pulling it out. So, come on, there's something, yeah. It will actually go away suddenly. It's always like
shockingly.
this. Yeah, and it looks like we put a bit more than we wanted to. Let's look at the other side of it. Nah, it's pretty good. So what can happen there? You can actually lift one of the pads away.
Yeah, right.
And the higher temperature.
Like these, I can see pads, but these.
7442.
What?
Oh, cool. 7442 is a standard, standard part number.
Nice.
Yeah, so we pulled out the right one.
What about, did they have solder on this side, or that leaked through when they? No, this is where they soldered, right? This side. No.
So
how come there was solder up on? Let's see. No, this is the bottom. Okay, so you
this is the bottom.
Solder.
So how
there was some solder over here, right? When I don't see the pad.
No. So how it works? All those holes are plated holes, so they have copper inside of them. So both layers are actually connected all the time. You solder them from downside. The solder you see on the top is actually just like wicked. It was pulled through by capillary forces.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
It was pulled through, and so yeah, it's that.
That's a nice screw.
Yeah, it's a buzzer.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah. Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. But yeah, this is actually like more expensive one because
it might say another part number that we like when we take it off. We'll see. Huh?
Yeah. So those things, they are binary decimal decoders. They come in low power version and high power version. Oh, by the way, like when you heat things up, it like you need to go in circles so you heat it up evenly.
Now,
And
if you can do this with your soldering iron as well. Or?
no, I can't because it's
They cool down. You can never get all of them at
yes,
once heated up enough.
exactly. So with the soldering iron, it's faster to heat one pin up, but the problem is there are 16, and you need to
keep them all
you need
apart.
to lift them at the same time. So solder wick helps with that. There are desoldering stations, but you know, I don't need one because I practically do not do desoldering stuff.
I bought one of those cheap Chinese desoldering guns, you know.
Yeah,
And
but
it helped me get. I got vintage MX blacks off one of my boards, like, and it was fast. It just like.
yeah, I know, but you know,
It wouldn't help this because it's still one.
it will help actually. So the cheap Chinese desoldering thing. Not the mechanical one. Like they have, you know, normal one with a compressor, which like.
Like this one.
Yeah, it's actually like held by the other side. Okay. Yep. Go. Yeah.
Right.
So don't do that.
No, I
it's
touched
hot.
the board and it was hot.
Yeah. This thing is like 300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Crap. Okay, and for this one.
So this is videoing, but.
For this one, we
at the risk of getting in trouble, like who do you follow or who do you like or appreciate on Death Authority and stuff, or who you communicate with the most? And is that
follow
you
nobody.
don't have to answer if that's like
I literally follow. Yeah, 7145.
Is that
okay? Yeah.
Is that a known part? Or
no, this is a known part. So those decoders come in like low strengths and high strengths.
Yeah.
This one is high strengths, 145 is low strengths.
So the PCB is saying you can put a chip that's this related to this model.
Yeah.
And so you chose Mitsubishi, but you could use any kind of replacement chip that does whatever. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So as you can see, the difference, like 42 is a high strength, 45 is a low strength.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay, but that's just confirms that we, you know, pulled out the right ones.
Oh, good.
So for this one, I don't have a good idea on how to recover it.
What's wrong? You can't get the.
So the problem is here. I cannot
you can't pinch in there.
Yeah, I cannot get into the thing.
That's
so
annoying.
there are a couple of things we can do. We can use one of those as a lifting implement, and that's so there are actually two options. You can like pry it out from below, or you can cut the leads, but if you're cutting the leads, do it from above. Don't cut them there. Here, cut them.
You can't reach
cut
that
them
side,
from
right?
a cheap side.
But you can't even cut those on that side, can you?
I can just, you know, just loose, get a Dremel out and Dremel out the leads, but
you want it?
Nah, you know, as just to show like a different way to do that. But I guess I'll be fine with using this as a pry bar. Yeah, and don't have anything melting, like easily melting anywhere. No, anywhere here, because
it's hot.
Yeah, the hot air will get there and like heat up the place considerably. Come on. So you can actually see when it gets when it melts, but the transition is really subtle. It like starts what's the word? Not sparkling, but it changes the texture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, some of them came out. Oh, there you go.
We just need to pull it out completely. Oh, come on. Yeah.
Nice. Well done.
Okay,
cool.
so we're done with the hot air part.
So it automatically turns itself off and it heats up real fast?
it heats up real fast, and the thing is, you should replace it, but not turn it on immediately. Not turn it off immediately because it would melt the
yeah,
handpiece.
but you did that, or it's doing that? Like by
No, I
holstering
put it in, and it like
just
starts winding down. Yeah.
Why? And it's still blowing because why?
It will. Yeah. It
Hard to
heats
cool
up.
it down.
When it reaches 100, it would stop because melting. You know, the parts
yeah.
risk melting at about like 150 or so.
Right.
Okay. We got there at least. Okay, we got that. Cool. Now we would need to solder things in to get a, you know, wire ribbon cables from here and there to, I don't know, probably here somewhere.
Yeah.
To put the
do you think I didn't bring
like,
the case, but it should have enough clearance?
Yeah, yeah, I know. It would be like this,
should be
and
fine.
I'll probably leave you like
5
centimeters more of maneuvering space, so you can actually like maneuver.
Okay. So what's the deal with the ribbon cable? You can buy n number of channels, and so this is good for keyboards or something.
This was bought in RPC, which is like, you know, electronic recycler guys in Seattle.
But how'd you choose? I imagine they're narrower or wider, so it depends on how many channels you need to deal with. Or it didn't matter. You didn't care. Let's see. You went for, I guess I'm saying it doesn't matter how wide, or is that standard, or is there a wider one?
This is one of the standard ones. This is like 25. This is 28 gauge, and there are should be 25 lines in it. Yeah.
So how many lines do you need for a keyboard?
For roughly? This one,
it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But the point is, you've never had one. You never needed more than 25 so far in any ones that you've done.
I just bought 25 per cable because it's like $8 for like 100 meters of that. Yeah, lifetime supply essentially. So those are colored every 5 wires. So like 1, 6, 11. 16, I guess.
Do you end up like getting rid of the ones that you 24. Don't? You can like peel them off? Like,
yeah, they like just easy to peel off. So I'm trying to find a way to pull the wire through the keyboard, like through internals, but probably there is no way.
There's no...
because like those, if there were no those standoffs, I would try to pull it between rows, but doesn't matter much. How much clearance you get here?
I don't know. That's why I should have brought my case. But
nah, it's fine. We just.
Is there any holes out here though? Like, let's say you did do that.
There are no holes between. They're not big enough.
What about if you went up here and then along here and then out here?
Yep, we should go about them. So I need to.
So you do metric even though you're.
I cannot.
How long you been in the
metric.
US?
Oh, I do have a metric.
No, I'm saying being from Soviet Union, you're metric.
Yeah, I am metric, but I can't find the ruler.
Oh, I see that one wasn't.
That one, imperial, but I guess I have this one, and this is in centimeters, and that travels with me for like quite a long time.
What, that particular?
Yeah, that thing like travels with me for like 20 years probably. It's school? Like from school, yeah. So 24 plus 30, 60, 75 plus 15. Wait, are those centimeters? They kinda look short. or the wires looking very long. So we're looking at 40 plus 75. Wow.
When you get to corners, can you just go like this
yeah,
to do?
Yeah, that's what I usually do. A meter of cable. But yeah, yeah, it kind of looks like a meter. Okay. 3. 20 inches, so half a meter.
What is it? 2.5 centimeters per inch.
Yeah, and 120. Okay. It's
Yeah.
scaled ruler. This is 1 to 4. This is 125, and it's also probably kilometers, not meters, because this is like geodesic stuff.
But as far I see. So you can't.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Anyway.
So you need to do it in inches because it's the only common thing.
Yep. This 2 inches first. This is like normal one. So it's like 10, 20, so 30. 30, 41. Yeah. Okay. Got it. 26, 47. So yeah. Should be about 20 inches. Let's get a couple of inches of slack. And I'll just.
What are you gonna cut the ribbon with?
I have a pile of scissors.
Just straight up house scissors?
Yeah, there on the wall. So I just need to find the ones which are not,
Dull?
which I can just use. Not dull, but not valuable.
Yeah.
This is valuable, this is not. Okay, so we just get it out. Oops. One thing is not to,
It goes back
not
in
to
there.
let it back into the reels.
Because it's unrolling.
Yeah.
It needs to be flipped, right? To go like this instead of.
You will have trouble fishing it out. Yeah. So yeah, after it reaches 100, it just stops. And if you if you get the handpiece off, it would start again. It warms up really fast. Okay. Check again. Not the length, but number of pins.
So you do every pin because you don't, or don't some of the pins have power? I mean, it isn't
no,
they're special. They're all the same.
I'm only interested in signal and ground.
And you can see that on there where those are.
Yeah,
the plus sign and whatever you were talking about earlier.
No, so
the lines coming out. Okay.
The lines coming out. The lines which goes to the rows that I'm interested in.
Yeah, I was spacing out earlier, but the reason you gravitated these because all the things are coming to here.
Yep.
And then where's the other one?
So that side, because this also has stuff which
Is that the LEDs you think, or something?
No, those called wires. They essentially empty plated holes, and they just jump to the other side of the board. So this one jumps here, and you can see it here, so it goes into the keyboard. So that's how I found it.
So what do you think the three are doing? And then they just capture stuff and then they send it to the main controller? Or
I have an explanation in README section in CommonSense. So essentially they set the levels.
This is where you adjust.
It's pretty involved process.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of complicated.
These two are different than this one?
Yeah,
they're fancier parts, but they needed to be or not?
This is strong part, those are weak parts.
Okay.
So this one is fancier, and it needs to be fancier because it it essentially shorts the output to the ground.
Okay. These guys collect, these three that we're dealing with collect stuff, but then they have to send it to this guy eventually?
So those two are both output parts. They drive the lines
Okay.
in a combination, and those two guys actually figure out what to do with them.
Oh, okay.
So this particular one, the small one, is a comparator. Comparator is a thing that like compares to voltage levels. There is this resistor networks which like sets the level up,
Oh.
and this part compares. It also there is also an interesting thing. So like when you do any change, this guy will trigger. But there is a special logic which makes CPU not listen to this guy when those things are switching.
Okay.
So like when you switch
Yeah.
stuff up, it's like ignores the first.
Yeah.
So there are two pulses. It ignores the first one, and only the second one actually means anything.
So you're gonna go directly into our
Yep.
with all three chips, whatever.
I cut out
yeah.
everything. I cut out
Yeah.
everything,
That's
and
gonna go into
just-
here, and then you're gonna be able to do everything with
Yep.
that thing.
I'll be doing everything. So like I will literally cut everything out. So like
None of this
With
stuff
those-
that was doing stuff will be involved anymore.
yeah. So those three things. Yeah, it will, but anyway.
Okay.
So I'll leave this one, but I'll short the inputs to the ground as a part of next operation.
What's the round things?
Those are bypass capacitors.
So what they say capacitors get old and leaky. Do we have to do anything with them? or-
Nah, this one will, but they are all essentially cut out.
These
so
are
it
the
doesn't
kind
matter.
that leak. But
So
these
yeah,
kind don't.
this is they don't leak, they dry up.
Mm-hmm.
This is like electrolytic capacitors. It has electrolyte in it. It dries up in like 20 years
When
or
I
so.
say recap, that's for those.
Yeah,
kind
recap is
Okay.
replacing those capacitors. Those are ceramic ones. They are like forever,
Okay.
like several hundred years at least.
Okay.
Okay, final count. How many leads we have? So I need to split it, and I don't want to split it one wire short.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What are those two? Okay. So I can mark it, right?
Yeah. So you do need a lead for every pin, and then you need to know which two are the special ones, like with the plus and minus or whatever.
What are you talking about right now?
You're gonna have a wire for every pin slot,
Uh-huh.
but when the circuits come over, they're only going to a certain. They're going to all of them, or they're going to one in and out spot.
So those are 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are decoders. So this is a plus. This is a plus. This is a ground. This is 4 pins for binary representation.
Okay.
And those 10s are outputs.
The other ones. The
Yeah,
ones
the-
before?
the- the-
okay, so
the-
a bunch
the
over
ones
here and
that are
3
not-
at the end on here. Okay.
Yeah, the ones that are not marked are actually outputs.
Okay.
Yeah, so they go like something like so it should go this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, never mind. It's a different layout. So not all 10 of them are used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some are just sitting.
Yeah.
'cause- And you can tell because there's no lines going into them, or what?
Yeah, so I can see that all the rows are going out are like on this side,
Mm-hmm.
except and this one is ground. Okay, and this is the return line. So this should be grounded, and it is grounded on the other side. As you see, there is like a thick piece of copper going around, so it's like that hole goes. Oh, see,
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
it's like
Here,
goes
show the
straight.
shadow over here.
Yeah, it goes straight to the ground bar.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, we're done with those, but I forgot how much we have. 13. Okay, 13. Plus the ground. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we need here as expected. So it's 10, 11, 12, 14, 13. Cool. So 13 rows and a ground. No, it's also too big.
Why did you name it CommonSense?
Because it was essentially, first it was in capacitive sense, and then I like.
So sensing capacitive stuff. Yeah.
So it was a, you know, capacitive sensing for the time, but I probably knew, probably not, about, you know.
That you do more than that?
Yeah, that I do eventually do more than that, and.
Okay, help. I don't even know what you just said. Though, what's capacitive versus not capacitive? What else is there besides capacitive? Or
so this thing
yeah,
doesn't have switches. It has two pads and a flipper going off, on of them or off them.
This is buckling spring, or
Yeah, the buckling spring. The beam spring too. They have like fly plate, which like either down or up, and under it like there are two metallic pads. So those metallic pads are capacitor, you know.
yeah.
Those are essentially a capacitor. Those are like halves of it.
Yeah.
And the flipper is actually dielectric. So logically, it's like that capacitor is like piece of ceramics with two, you know, plates on it.
Okay.
On the side. So essentially, when you're pressing and releasing the button, you're replacing that dielectric. The thing inside is dielectric. So your dielectric either air or plastic.
Yeah.
And dielectric properties, you know,
lets it flow.
Affect the capacitance.
Yeah.
Like there are, you know, air has. So like one square centimeter capacitor with air in it, like at 1 millimeter is one capacitance. Like if you put plastic in there, it would be different one. It would be a bit more. So
when you push down, it's shoving plastic in where the air was.
Kinda, except.
And then that lets then the capacitor is being read by something.
XTT board somewhere here. Oh. I also kind of have wait a minute. That's an original case of that 122, and that's one of the lot lizard sets. So this is a single key. So that's what under the key.
Yeah.
So those are plates, and there is something in the middle. Right now there is a ground. When flipper falls on it, it like covers it with a plastic, and you know, that increases capacitance like just a bit.
And then that gets measured, the difference?
Yep. The difference gets measured. So
what is that? That's a nice looking.
That's IBM F122.
Nice.
It's this one actually.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a beautiful case.
Yeah, except USPS fucked it up.
Really?
Yeah.
It wasn't cracked?
It wasn't cracked when it was sent.
Oh my god. And it had like good padding around it and everything?
Yeah, it had good padding around it, but it didn't have.
Wow.
Okay, so which one? Yeah, thicker one.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a ribbon, which should be...
So that was capacitive. You were trying to make like the IBM Model F's work. Then what? What else? What did you know was coming after that? Like what is this?
Not much,
magnetic valve.
This is magnetic valve. This wasn't a part of the plan at all.
What was part of the plan besides capacitive that made you say CommonSense instead of capacitive?
Well, Topre.
Okay.
Yeah, not only IBM. Yeah. So it was common for, you know, not only IBM keyboards.
Yeah.
It was like, you know.
So Topres has the same mechanism at the bottom with the
Yeah,
with the capacitor and stuff.
The pads have different form, but
So is the point that you have to measure nothing? It's not binary. It's something that varies. Or no, binary is still voltage measuring. Like anyways.
Essentially,
what makes
you can compare it. You can compare a capacitor with.
What's Cherry MX? It's not capacitive, right?
Huh?
What's Cherry MX switch?
Cherry MX switch is a mechanical switch, like.
Yeah. So what's the measuring mechanism? Like, could CommonSense? I don't know.
Yeah, it can.
It can.
Yeah, except it was not made to do so, but it can.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what does made mean? What's the goal of it? It's
so essentially,
special magic sauce that it's doing.
Special magic sauce is this. So capacitance, the higher capacitance is, the better. So capacitor does not conduct. It strips the DC component out of the signal. So like if you put a battery to a capacitor when it's charged like no current flows. If you get alternative current, the charges kind of flow. So if you do high frequency signal, the capacitor actually looks like a resistor. So it's like the alternating part gets through. How much of it gets through is actually determined by capacitance. Like the higher capacitance is, the lower frequencies get through.
Okay.
Yeah. So for this particular one, it's like not continuous signal. So what happens? Okay. Suppose you have like 2 cups, and you just splash like glass of water in there. So it would splash out and fall in a different cup. If you put a wall there, the higher the wall, the less water reaches the other cup.
Yeah, so you're measuring a range. You need to be able to adjust and measure ranges on.
No, I'm flipping up the voltage on the row and the column. So essentially, I'm putting a lot of water into like a long cup, and like every key is like small cups in there, and like those.
But you have to adjust how much to put through to get it to work.
No, I don't have to adjust how much I put through because I actually, ADC it. I'm not using comparators. Xwodzit used comparators, so you need to know the level. Yeah. Comparators will get you trigger on the level. I just read the full scale. And in software, figure out if it's like reached or not.
Oh, nice.
It's easier.
Okay.
Because like you get all the information up into a software land where you can measure it.
Right.
But yeah, for comparators, inductive, I actually couldn't measure, so it's the same thing. It's actually comparators. So the software only sees if like key was there or not, and. Capacity
so the Eclipses Model Fs, people are saying they have to adjust the numbers, but it's going through the comparators and stuff.
That's comparators. That's how Xwodzit measures it. So he was not clowny enough. He tried to keep things up to spec, and that
he wasn't what enough.
Clowny enough.
Clowny?
So what I'm doing, in particular in capacitive thing, is like not what normal electrical engineer would do. It's like it's heresy.
No, I know you mean by getting the whole signal up in the software and deciding?
No. So what I'm doing. So
what is this guy? Okay.
This is a capacitor which stands in the way.
Oh, okay.
Fuck, where is my...
That's
a flux, it's So yeah, that's how desoldering is done for like small parts. If you don't want to keep them in a working condition. If you don't need to keep them in a working condition.
Yeah.
It's not about once.
Well, you could replace them, right?
Yeah.
What are you saying? Are you saying it wrecked that capacitor, or wrecked the ability to put a new one in, or what?
If it was cheap, I might have overheated it, beyond the amount it can withstand. And or I could actually, tear the lead out or
Yeah,
something
right,
like that. So
right.
you know, the desoldering it's not a
Oh, nice.
it's not a complicated process if you don't need to keep the part you're getting out operational. Because like you know, if
Well, how about Voden? I watched him desolder his black MXs, and then I did mine. And when we got done desoldering, he just pretty much shredded the PCB because you're just ripping it off the back. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
But instead, I should have pulled it. If I wanted to keep the PCB and reuse it, I wouldn't do that, right? Because it's breaking the board. But I could pull out of the top, and it would be because the plate's gonna hold it, right? And that would then I could reuse the board probably.
Oh, a locking switch.
What? How do you know?
I noticed the wire here, and like it was strange one because like first time I see the wire here, and yeah, it turns out it's a locking one.
What's it doing?
It has a caps lock,
Oh,
like locking caps lock.
right. What do you mean it stays down? Or?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you not noticed that?
I don't know. There's so many things to notice on all the keyboards. You're like half the time I forget. I'm looking at one thing and I forget.
You probably never saw a locking caps lock before. Because like that's a rare thing. It's like the Apple had it, and I don't remember who else. Because like.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that'll be weird.
Bend it here and mark it.
So that's instead of LED. Like I don't think it right. So it's down. So I don't know. Maybe.
So
I don't think it had an LED on that.
Apple, there is
no. I mean
an
that
Apple
one's not
keyboard
gonna have an LED.
there. No, it doesn't have LED on the caps lock, but it has a locking caps lock.
So that's enough to tell you. Oh yeah, it's down. Right
yeah. Also, the LED was there. It's actually the converter for it in like over there.
For what?
For the ADB. No, it's in this. That ziplock, like put it back.
This one?
No.
Yeah, because
this is a converter. It's made out of a programmer because the programmer is like the same chip.
This part?
Yeah.
But not this part.
I used up.
You're saying these are two of their Cypress.
Yeah, they're almost the same, but this in particular is a programmer.
When we get done with this, do you always leave it all there? Because if you break this off, you wouldn't be able to change this anymore. Is that the point? Or?
Depends. So this is a thing that will get the binary from the IDE.
Yeah.
Like we'll look at it later. Like that's how you flash it normally. If you have a bootloader in those things and you can like you need to do the flashing part yourself.
Yeah.
And then you can use that one.
Yeah, right.
That connector. But
so you did this one? You made it yourself?
Yeah. So this is actually.
It goes ADB to USB.
Yeah,
or what?
ADB to USB connector is the clowniest version.
I love the.
You have, but like $5. Fancy cases because the wires are not strong enough, so I had to keep it together.
For sure.
Yeah.
But you can't buy such a thing, a converter for this?
Yeah, like $80 or so.
80? What are they?
The last time I saw, like they're kind of rare because,
no one wants it. We do.
Yeah.
So.
People do convert those things.
I have two of these. When I get home, I'll check if they have this. They all have this?
They all have the locking caps lock, yes.
It's pretty good case. It's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I actually like.
What's this? A different set? Or extra?
So there were 4 of them. I bought them in Goodwill for like $40 or so.
Yeah.
With shipment. It's like it was bought from Goodwill.org, where you could still find.
Can you find them anymore?
You had them there. They are like rare now. So those were coming. Looks like they were coming from a school.
Yeah.
Because they had,
student
No, they had those overlays around the keys. If you look at the case, you probably see that it's like lighter.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Normally it was for word processing back in the day.
And those was like somewhat schooly.
Yeah.
And that's. I'm trying to figure out where to cut the wires, like where I need to, where I need to strip them. Okay, so you will be the ground. Then How many we have on each one? Okay. We have 8 on the close one. So you will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's my memory fails to serve me lately. So the short one will be on father chip. Okay. So I should cut this amount here. We don't have this one at all. I guess I wouldn't make it pretty. I will not try to make it pretty.
Yeah, whatever.
Just again. The chip ends here, so this should be enough. So essentially, so it like goes. There are 2 chips there, and like the cable should just be, you know, far enough to solder things down.
Got it. Yeah.
It wouldn't produce a pretty result because you would need to like solder things down like that way.
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's like just I'll just need to strip them into separate wires and.
So when you strip these, are you gonna push them through the top hole and solder on the bottom? Okay. But some of them had solder plugging it up, but that'll melt away when we get ready to do it.
Yeah, I'll actually. So this is a desoldering part that's usually needed, because like once you pull things out, they
There's some left
they
over.
leave solder behind,
And it
but
gets in the way
that's
'cause
solvable with a piece of wire. Actually, like pull it out and
Yeah.
pull it through, and
Kind of poke the hole to make sure.
Yep.
It's good.
it like moves the solder with it, and from other side you like clean it up and pull it out. Yeah, so this is kind of easy. So yeah, preparing the wire harnesses is like that.
This seems like pain. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't even
it's
see that
not
small.
pain. It's like the most time-consuming thing.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to be precise. You don't need a good, good vision for that. You just need like
Where'd you get your
Because
background
it's-
in hardware again, or just from school?
school,
School.
no formal education. But I can say that I had a. What's the word for
Mentor?
For the no? Like when there are class, but except like
Free, do whatever you want.
like auditorium. No.
Oh, where you can go listen to lectures and stuff.
No, when you like the lab. Oh yeah, the lab.
Lab,
I
yeah, lab.
had keys to the lab when I was
Oh,
in school.
nice,
Yeah,
okay.
so no
Good
formal
access to
education,
all
but
the
lots
stuff.
of practice. Not a lot of stuff. Soviet Union. We didn't have a oscilloscope even.
Were there people in there though that
Yeah.
were sharing ideas and
Well, yeah, there was a
you doing it on your own, reading on the internet, or what are you doing?
what internet? It was like 1988.
There's the internet then. You're younger than me.
Uh,
Anyways,
Well-
not in the Soviet Union. There wasn't.
well, in '88, what did you
88
have?
or 98? What'd you say?
88.
88. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the internet was not a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm with you now. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and now we had a harness. So like if I wanted to make it pretty, I would cut them like
Yeah.
in a diagonal line, but nah,
Right. Right.
that would like make it like half an hour longer,
Yeah.
and
I'm with you. I agree.
then we'll just.
Oh, so this one you use ribbon. That one, the one that I saw that had the military grade. Why'd you do that instead of ribbon on that one?
Because this one wasn't yet available to me. I like bought it later.
Oh.
That top ray is like year and a half old or something.
How old is CommonSense?
2016
Oh yeah, because
ish.
yeah.
Like from that first video with a 2x16 display. It actually like I had a prototype concept which is in Discovery, there is a link to video to that, which was like ZXT keyboard, 4 keys, and like 2x16 display, which was like showing numbers. And if like press the button, it shows like 12. If you don't, it shows 0, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's how it started.
Do you have any idea of like how many people have used CommonSense, I guess?
No idea, like probably 20
Yeah.
by now, which is like a bit more than I expected ever.
Really?
Yeah, I did keyboard for myself. It was a keyboard for myself. There was this story also, like
Which
I
one?
made
The
it.
Topra is why you did it in the first place?
Nah, Topper was like because I
When you did it for yourself, what were you doing it for? Your F1?
that XT keyboard. I thought I would be able to use XT keyboard, but
Didn't like the layout?
yeah, I couldn't use the layout. So like I made this thing. It was mostly ready. Like software was ready but not tested. And then Miriam sent me his extant prototype, which is the paper there with a.
What's this?
This is a piece of paper which comes with extant. Extant is Vaka's child, Vaka's baby, which was the attempt to have an XT with a bit better layout.
Oh.
Like, which actually has.
I saw you had a Silicon Graphics over there. No, a Sun, I guess.
Nah, it's a Sun Type 5.
That's I like the, what was it, the Littlefoot Silicon Graphics, where you cut the case. You cut the big case and then made it 60%.
Ah, no, I cannot
That
use
was pretty
60%.
cool.
Like, I can use only 10 keyless or larger.
Well, what was this though? Oh, you don't use it, the Topra?
Nah,
That's
that's
70%.
that 10 keyless too.
Yeah.
So yeah, this part also takes lots of time.
What are you
because
doing now?
I'm twisting the wire. It's a multi-strand one
Oh, it is?
to avoid the thing that's called bird caging.
Where you smash it and it freezes out?
Yeah, it fires out.
Makes sense, looks like a bird
Yeah,
cage
so
from the top
people
down.
usually don't do that.
I didn't realize it was
Because
multi-strand, I guess. I thought,
If you twist it and then you solder it, you kind of immune to that bird caging.
why would in the ribbons each line be multiple instead of just one gauge?
Well, it's kind
Is
of
it the price,
flexible.
like $8 or not? Oh, because it makes it flexible.
Yeah, it makes it flexible. Single-stranded wire is surprisingly, inflexible.
You can get single strand ribbon though?
I'm not sure, probably for very, very thin things. Because, ribbon wire is to connect something flexibly.
Yeah.
So you don't know your exact routing.
Mm-hmm.
When you know your exact routing, you need, sturdier wires, you get, separate wires and like just route them.
Mm-hmm.
The ribbon is,
Yes.
so if you want to open stuff and it's connected, something is connected between two PCBs. Ribbon has place there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for.
What's this now?
This is a flux, but like the paste. Flux paste.
Yeah. That helps.
Yes, it
If
kind of helps.
if you didn't do that, what would it do? I wonder?
It usually takes like 3 to 5 seconds to warm it up.
What's the point of this, I guess?
This is to get them tinned.
Now, when you read, they say ventilate your soldering and stuff, but you don't have a fan or you don't bother with it. It's fine. Doesn't bother you.
What do you mean? The
Solder
fumes?
and flux, like whatever,
Yeah.
just chemicals or something.
Not planning to live forever.
Are you in a hurry to?
Like
you're
this.
in a hurry to be gone, or no?
Mm,
You don't think it'll hurt you? Huh?
So the rosin fumes can get you allergy to the rosin.
Yeah.
And lead fumes, well, there are no lead fumes actually. It like doesn't
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't evaporate. It's like you need.
Everyone here says it's the lead fumes.
Yeah,
have a
lead
fan or
fumes.
So
Anyway,
why are you soldering
yeah.
it now and pre-soldering instead
Yeah,
of just in the hole? I didn't know about that.
So the thing is, this thing has like not a good kind of wires.
Oh,
So the good ribbon will have copper wire.
gotcha.
And this is like not copper, this is
see.
something else, and it doesn't wet that easy. And I actually need to like pre-wet it, because like the last thing I want when I'm like soldering it down is to make sure it's not a cold solder. Cold solder is like not because it's cold, it's just because it doesn't have a contact. Cold solder is called cold solder because like if you don't have enough temperature, it will actually like flow into that and like crack. You don't put enough solder into the joint, and that's how you get a cold one. It's nothing about temperature, it's about things being it's about tin wetting the conductor. Yeah, but
What got you into keyboards in the first place? Like, why'd you get what got you started?
What do you mean?
Like an old Model F or whatever. I don't know what.
I bought a Unicorn.
What's that?
I remember.
You bought a Unicom?
Yeah, I remember the.
When you're in Russia or in the US?
No, I was moving here, and after I moved here, I wanted to get like a normal keyboard for a desktop.
So what's normal mean?
I had a desktop by then. Well, buckling spring.
You had buckling spring in Soviet Union, and that was normal?
Yeah, that wasn't normal, that was a rare thing, but like you could get one. Like in 90s, of course, where like the Union itself like disappeared, and when the import started, those IBM keyboards were a common thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember what I told you
That
about?
one you gotta cut the solder to get out.
Not the solder, it's mostly the wire jacket. It was mostly the molten wire
plastic,
jacket. Yeah, plastic.
Oh,
Yeah, okay. So now we.
So you came to the US and you wanted a keyboard for your desktop, and you're like, I need a buckling spring.
Yeah.
And then was it hard to find then, or you could buy one off the shelf, or what? Unicom's been selling them forever, I guess. So that's how
I wanted to have them in a normal layout, and normal layout means Windows key, because it's surprisingly useful.
Okay.
Like it's not a thing that's popular to admit in keyboard circles, but Windows key is immensely useful. Okay.
Well, you switched to Mac now, so you don't have a Windows key, so what do you do?
So there's this T420, the desktop is also Windows. This is like a work machine. So
You're not converted over? Because I kind of gave up on... I used Windows my whole life, but then lately with all the kind of software I've been writing is more non-Windows, like JavaScript and whatever, and Mac keyboards, and so I just got rid of my Windows stuff. It's all Mac.
Well, there is like this holy war about like, Windows being shitty and Mac being non-shitty, and Mac being shitty and Windows being non-shitty. The truth is, all operating systems are shitty, and it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm liking the MacBook Pros right now, so I'm happy to use that.
Well, I use that, there is an option for...
Oh, this is a trick. What are you doing here? This helps...
I'm like...
Spread out. Oh,
yeah.
Threaded in.
I'm getting a leader.
Oh, yeah. So you don't get the fray it on the way in?
Yeah, in network circles is like in...
Put tape over the end to feed it through the walls. And
in the network construction, it's called a rat.
Yeah.
But yes, the rat is actually like separate leader.
You're talking about like wiring a home for Cat 5 and stuff.
Yep. So like, damn it. Okay.
Either leader loose.
That was because I was lazy and didn't do that for
the little ones.
Yeah.
Good old tape, Scotch tape.
Yeah, it's cheap.
Masking tape or whatever.
I can't use. I can, you know, can get myself to use expensive consumables. So like Scotch doesn't work and cheap, so it's a Scotch. It's not like fancy electrical tape or something. Fancy electrical tape has its place where it's like I need, you know, when there is a risk somebody will be electrocuted, but if not...
Do you use heat tape in anything we're doing here? Not really, you're not crossing wires or anything?
Heat tape like shrink? Heat shrinks?
No, like the yellow tape. I saw some earlier. Maybe it was on, I don't know. I thought you had a roll, but I guess not. Mateo used it. Mateo used it when he's like making his custom boards and he's doing all the wires of every switch to every switch. Like, I don't know if you've seen any of his.
It's probably just like a vinyl.
Well, so they don't touch each other, like when this one's going across.
Ah, okay, that's electrical tape. I usually use Scotch there.
I don't know why he used heat there. Maybe it's thin. Oh, it's the right width or something to go between the rows. But yeah, he mentioned electrical too. Anything.
Yeah, it is. It is
anything
a
that's not going to
electrical
conduct,
tape.
right? But I guess the heat one isn't conductive or something.
So the wires shouldn't touch because they can actually. You can short something to something.
Yeah.
That's
So do you
not
think
good.
heat tape would be okay to not short something?
Not sure. I don't know what heat tape actually is.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Might be able to...
I maybe even seen it, but I don't know that it was called a
I
heat
don't know why
tape.
it's come up. Oh, I've seen it also because I need to. There's different kinds probably, but like I was thinking about trying Cerakoting, you know, where you gotta bake, you gotta cook stuff in the oven, and that needs heat tape so stuff doesn't to mask things and.
Well, masking
But that's
tape.
not why he. Yeah. If you want to mask something that's going in the oven at 200 degrees, you need heat tape. But maybe that's a different heat tape.
So it's like a masking tape but food grade.
That's one kind, but I don't even know if that's the kind that he used. So let me see if I can find his.
I had the. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Okay. Now we will be
Oh, hi, I am Matteo Spinelli.
Yeah, I guess he makes these White Fox 3D printed boards and then does all the. Let me find it here. How to mount keyboard designer. Alright, using print cases, hand wired board inside 3. Yeah.
Hi, I am Matteo Spinelli.
Let me get rid of the volume for a sec. Yep, here's the heat tape part, kind of.
Ah, Captain. Hellishly expensive.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's like the most expensive tape you can get.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what do we got going now? What are you doing?
I'm trying to like punch
Poke 'em
through the
through.
holes. Yeah, but I chose a bad instrument for that.
What'd you?
You need something that's garbage. You know,
Like just a
don't
copper wire of some
ask.
kind?
Not a copper wire. You want one which doesn't wet easily,
Oh.
like a piece of steel wire or something like that. I had it somewhere around, but
We could use those old chips we took out or not?
we can, but that's probably yeah, we can,
It's not
but
long enough?
not good enough.
You want
It
a
should be
longer one?
longer, yeah. So I actually like want the things that would just push out the copper out of the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. couldn't find the proper pusher, so we'll
What
do
about
that.
this thing right here? Oh, those are, you don't have
No,
extras
this is
of
like
those?
connected
Yeah,
to
this thing.
something else. We'll just pull everything up top. And there is a thing. You want to solder the shorter wires first.
Oh,
Because once you solder the long ones,
they're in the way?
yeah, they will be in the way and you'll probably, damage the wires.
Yeah, like melt the plastic or something.
Yeah, you will like probably short them.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that
So even when you're doing the shorter ones, you also do the shortest one of that? Like
yeah,
everything's just
like you go short to
short to
long.
long. So your goal is you're gonna poke one wire through at a time and solder it, or all of them?
I'll poke them one at a time. The thing is, as you can see, all the tracks that I need are on
that side.
on that side,
the
and I'll
harder
be
side.
sorting to soldering to this side, so I need a map. Okay. So not here. This one, not that one. This one.
Mind if I use your restroom?
Yeah, sure. It's over there.
Alright. Thanks for doing this, by the way. It's awesome.
Yeah. You're welcome. I actually like just so the Soundgraphs guy, he has trouble flashing getting one of the keyboards working, so I need this one to figure out if if firmware is okay. Yeah. And I have a scope, so I can figure out what's not okay with
nice.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll help.
So yeah, you are helping community too. Okay, so it's this way. So it's this way. Okay, so we got this mapped. Goes inside the keyboard. То есть это все правильно. Но. See. Okay. Shortest to longest. Strippers not needed.
So you got your Unicomp, but then what made you read Desk Authority? What was the first time that made you go to Desk Authority?
So I was wondering why people like Model F, because when I got that, buckling spring, it was not what I expected it to be.
Was it a Model F? Or?
That was Model M, of course.
Yeah.
And those are the cheaper version.
Yes.
And I'm like, but I
I have
remember
two
that-
Model M's like 3 years apart, and they're cheaper from each other. Keeps going down and down the quality.
Yeah,
You can tell between my two Model M's, like
And-
they're 4 years apart.
And then the Lexmarks. and then Unicomp has actually an interesting story. It was so IBM sold the plant to Lexmark, and after some time, Lexmark kinda wanted to close it to something, and employees actually bought it out.
Yeah, I think I read that. I don't know
Yeah.
where the story was, or was it on Just Authority? Ended up reading about that.
Yeah, and so it's like, you know,
They
It's an interesting story.
they gathered enough money to buy it or whatever. Or they
I'm
leased it
not
from them for a
sure.
while,
Maybe it
and-
was like you know, sold by $1 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
So you were like, why do people like these Model Fs? Because I'm not liking my
Yeah.
own, even kind of.
And like it wasn't that. I was remembered something different, because in my time it was like, you know, 80s. I was long enough to remember IT keyboards, and so Unicomp was good, but like not that good. And I'm trying to figure out like if it's me, you know, having wrong false memories, or was it something else. And I went to the Living Computer Museum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they have, you
Like
know,
4 years
XTs,
ago.
80s, yeah, XTs, 80s there, and like, I clicked on them and like, yeah, they're different. And then I decided to buy an XT on eBay.
So you're the solder that's on. What are you using for solder right now?
63.
No, I mean you didn't add any just now, or you did? You don't have your solder thing. So
Oh,
the
there is
stuff
enough
that's already on
solder.
it-
So like there is enough solder on the LEDs, because I pre-solder
Really?
them. It's called tin, except it's not tin. It's tin plus LED. But yeah, there is enough tin on the wires, and there is enough tin in holes actually. And I'm just like, you know,
enough to stay. Are you gonna add more solder later when it's poked through the bottom, or not?
nah, it's enough.
Really?
Yeah, like the thing is, when you're reworking stuff, you don't usually, you know, worry about amount of solder, because like you have enough solder on the board. Yeah, and the thing is, if you can show it here, so like the thing there is so important zoom stuff. So I'm holding it before the plastic starts.
Oh, so that it
So
can't.
it deflects the heat. This is a heat sink.
Yeah.
This is not only the grappling thing. This is also a heat sink, because if I do that without it, the part before the pin set would actually will actually melt. And like this way you can prevent that. You need a good soldering iron to actually pull this, because that iron should provide enough heat to counteract the heat sink. Come on, guy. Go in. Yeah. Yeah, and 13 times more.
So you did one on the outer side, but then
Yeah.
the rest are going on the inside?
Yep. They are rest on the inside, because this is the side that faces the keys, so it's like logical to make a PCB layout that goes like that. You know.
Well, you said there's some unused on this side, but isn't there more than one on this side that is used, or?
Yeah. So here.
You have to do a few more on this side.
So this is +5, and this is like, this is a decoder, you know, decoder pins, four decoder pins. So 3 of them are on this side, and the fourth like coming from the back. You know, but the pins that face keyboard are all outputs.
And that's all you care about? Is the
Yeah,
outputs?
because I only care about like getting access to actual wires on the board, not the chip, because the chips are cut out.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So the one you did on this side, that was ground or something, or what was it?
Nah, it's so there are
Some of the leftover.
there are 10 outputs, and the chip is 8 pins wide, and
So you
one
got
of them
two
is
that came
ground.
over.
So 3 of them are on this side,
Okay.
and one of them is actually used like which is 13. Okay.
Wow, that's hard work that you're doing.
Nah,
right there.
it's pretty
Delicate.
easy. Yeah, delicate, but like, you know, it takes practice, and I had a lot of that.
How come? Just from your common sense stuff?
Huh?
From all your electronics hobbies, or just common sense related?
Remember me having the lab, you know, having the key from the lab?
Yeah,
that's
you
that.
did all this in there? Wow.
Yeah, I actually had the ZX Spectrum, which was made from, you know, Soviet clone, which was made from discrete logic essentially.
What was it?
It's called Leningrad Spectrum 48.
Oh, is it
I'm
a
not
PC,
sure how
a computer?
No, not PC. It was like the ZX Spectrum. I'm not sure if it was popular.
Like a Z80 or
Yeah,
Z80 microprocessor?
Yeah, on that, on the 80, but it had essentially custom chip, which was called ULA, and that chip was reverse engineered and made in discrete logic, and you know, because there was no way to buy that chip or custom manufacture it in the Soviet Union.
So you took one of those and you're trying to do what with it?
Well, it was games only.
Oh, so you could run games?
Yeah, but
What kind
then
of games? Like the text ones, like Zord kind of thing?
Nah, the Spectrum had graphics. It was shitty graphics, but it had graphics.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now we have 5 wires we need to solder somewhere. So the thing is, I don't care what columns get where on the ribbon,
How come?
because we will fix that in software.
But you care what hole you put it into, right?
Hmm?
That it matters
Yes,
what hole you put it
yeah.
into, but it doesn't matter which one of the
Yeah.
ribbon parts you right?
Yep. As long as all the
And they're all
rows,
long enough to go to the last hole, but so
Yep.
it just doesn't matter.
Yep. So you get
Mm-hmm.
something like this. It like looks ugly, but
No, I like this.
yeah, but
I think it's
it's
it does
mostly
not,
okay.
that look-
Not horrible.
It does
yeah.
not look ugly. Like I have no art, and so like mine. If I did this, yeah, I don't even know if I could do it. So it's fun to watch, but I think you looks amazing.
Yeah, but usually like normally I would clean out the holes,
Yeah.
like measure wire, put it in, and then solder from the other side. But
Yep.
since
Sometimes
I
it
decided
depends
to
on
save
easy
me some
access
time.
and also how easy access it is. or-
Well, the access from the other side would be easier, but I just don't want to look for you know,
A tool that
solder
can
wick
clean
and
the
all
hole.
that.
Yeah,
It's
right.
just
Mhm.
you know, it's
What do you got on this? That's soldering. This is your fake. What is this?
Huh? Oh, that's I tried to make a, you know, huge as like 12K lumen lamp out of RGB LEDs, and the
Yeah.
idea was to actually make it counteract the sunset, like make the sunset later. So the idea was to have a color sensor which would actually like look at
Yeah.
the total illumination in the room and like adjust it so
Keep
it's
it matching
daylight,
and also-
and like a couple of hours later to make an actual sunset. Didn't work. Like I did some, you know, prototypes. I measured the, you know, color response for that, but then I found work, and you know,
Yeah. Mhm.
I had less time for idiotic
I
ideas.
know. No, it's more. I wish I.
Yeah, it's
No,
cool.
I wish we
I
had
actually
more
bought.
time to do
I
that
actually
stuff.
bought all the parts. I have like PCB for an individual driver prototype.
Now, what's you can't use like one of these for that, or yeah, do you, what
It
kind
was
of PCB?
going to use one of those. PCB was needed for a driver because the LEDs are fed current, not voltage, and so you need a current supply instead of a voltage supply.
Okay.
So the battery, anyway,
No,
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Wikipedia how to power a LED. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay. So the ground will go between the chips, and yeah, that's why you solder them in order of appearance. Can you hold this one this way
Mhm.
and try not to get under the, you know, if
Try
I
not to
get
get
close
burned,
to your
yeah.
hand, tell me.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you will tell me when it touches you, but like I would I would rather, know about it before it touches you. Smell of burning flashes, not my favorite fragrance. Also, I had enough of that because,
So you burned yourself a few times. A lot.
I'll show you later the soldering iron I worked with, and
It was not good.
to get the idea what it was. So just suffice to say that the metal part was this long.
Oh.
So the metal and the plastic parts were about the same size, so it was normal
Hard
to try to pick up.
You wanna grab it.
By the metal end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have our rows.
Okay.
Yay! The columns will be easier because the axis is much easier.
But isn't there a million more columns than there are rows?
Nah. Wait. Those were columns.
These are columns.
Wait.
No, that doesn't make sense, huh?
So rows. Oh, there are less
Maybe you
columns
just brought columns, or
because this is actually 2 rows.
okay.
Oh no, sorry. Wait, what? So they are rows. Yes, it's true.
It doesn't matter. We
But
can
there
figure it
are
all out later. But
there are
all
more of
these
them.
and all those.
Okay, I got it. So as you can see, every row is actually 2 rows.
Yeah.
So they go in even odd.
Uh huh.
So the keyboard logically 2 times shorter and 2 times wider.
Okay.
So that's why there are lots of rows,
I
and
see.
their rows are
Okay.
13 rows and 7 or 8 columns.
Okay.
Not sure how many though.
Every 2 is a column. No, let's see.
8. Okay, it uses. Yeah, it uses 8 outputs. So there will be 8 columns and 13 rows.
Did you say there's
So it's
something
like
about
staying
an
simple.
output that it comes through the top, or if it's not an output it doesn't? No, it's not like that, right?
No. So this one here, as you can see, 7 of them are, or 8 of them, 7 are going on this side.
Mm-hmm.
But for this one, they couldn't route it on this side because there is a ground here. So what they did, they put it on this side, and it goes so the columns get on a top layer of the PCB, and there they put it on. That's I'm not sure why they did it. They because they connect them on the bottom layer, and then they have wires, and it goes to the top, and then it continues on the top. But there is nothing between.
Yeah.
So what was the point of doing it like this? I don't know.
Yeah.
Manufacturers, sometimes they do strange things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have to have 8. But it would be much shorter.
So you had, what'd you use on the 13 out of the first one? There's 8 left over at least?
Yeah.
Or exactly
this
8 or
is,
9?
No, not exactly. It's more because
Yeah.
13 plus 8 is 21, and we have
Yeah.
24. Plus 2 grounds. Oh fuck. No, okay. I thought I forgot which one is the ground.
Okay.
That would be unfortunate, but... so the second one... So we will essentially be able to place it somewhere between here and here.
Yep.
Because we have enough wires for that.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need to have... Yeah, let's make...
And then what, you would plug a USB cable inside and then poke it out the back hole?
You will get captive USB. You will need captive USB cable. This is what Ellipse does with this new Model F.
What does he do?
That Model F keyboards guy.
Yeah, what were you saying? What do I have to do? Or you called it something?
Captive USB cable. The captive is
USB cable, okay.
Because it's, the cable which doesn't have a socket on the other end. It's captive. So normal cable has sockets on both ends. Captive cable has only one way. One side has a socket and the second one is kept captive by the device.
Which one's this?
So from outside, it would be like the USB cable goes in, and that's it. Inside, it would be connected to this socket.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how
Is this
it is.
USB-C or what is it?
Nah, that's micro.
Yeah.
No USB-C.
Not yet.
Yeah, and I don't have any USB-C cables too, so.
But I can
okay,
get
well-
micro to USB-C, right? Yeah.
Whatever.
No, I
It's
won't
as
matter.
long as this end of it is a micro USB.
If I buy that cable, then it'll just work.
It will just go.
Yeah.
But I do recommend you to just get the cable in and like tie it to something. So if you pull it, it won't pull on the socket because
Yeah.
the socket is fragile as hell. It's
So I got to find a way to maybe where it comes out the back to rubber hole or something.
well, what people usually do, they like have a clamp on the cable
It
and
can't pull through, but I'd like something
so
on both sides so it also can't push in. You know what I mean?
it usually looks like this. So you have a stand out, which is no, the clamp. So the clamp,
Yeah, to pin it
and,
to tie it down to something like
yeah,
this.
and it's like from
Since
the
we're not
top.
using this, I could drill holes in the.
Yeah,
in
you
the
can.
things, or
It looks like this, and
Yeah.
the cable goes out.
maybe an
It's a
elbow.
cable,
right?
but
yeah.
it actually goes in a loop, and there are two cables there. So like you have within the thing, you have like two cables, one on another. This is
That's a good way to make it not pull on the thing inside.
sorry, I'm like not making any sense. So the clamp is there, but the cable is not. The cable has wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
So like the socket is here, and the cable should go like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you pull it, the clamp will hold it, but only so much.
Mm-hmm.
And you need like some free space so you
Mhm.
don't ruin the socket.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's what it is.
So what would I do here then? You'd use a Dremel. How would you get a screw into this? I guess.
You'll just drill it and get a screw, something like that. But
Drill it too small and then screw it in, and it'll just.
So I would usually drill it a bit too large and have a bolt and the
Yeah.
bolt and the
Right.
nut.
Right.
It's
Right.
usually
Okay.
it's better.
Okay.
Nine. I need 9. Okay, I can't get a normal cable out of it, so it will be not. So the mark will not be in position 1. Well, that's fine.
Even on the outer edge, you can't. Can't you start with one on the
Not.
outer edge?
It's not enough.
So it's not even chunks of 5 all the way to both sides, or?
I can actually do that. I will need to cut one wire from this side
Oh yeah.
and oh come on.
It doesn't matter which side though, or does it?
It's as long as the H conductor is marked.
So
We
we
have a-
got
we
the
have a-
width of it.
we have a zero mark.
The other end didn't have a mark.
Yeah,
it
it would
spilled
not
over the
have-
mark.
yeah. It's usually like the pin 1 is
26 or
marked
something.
and everything else is like
Yeah.
it's marked here like every 5 conductors.
But the cable width wasn't divisible by 5. The number of pins, it was 26 or 7 or something.
So there are we have 13
No, the whole width of the cable was
Mhm.
what, 25 or
25.
30? Oh, so there's no mark because it would have been 26. I see.
Yeah.
I got it.
So the mark is like
Yeah.
one conductor away and like stripped
Yeah.
it off and
Yeah. Okay, so you got a Model F. You're wondering why the people didn't feel good, and then you got on Disc Authority. No, you had a Model M.
yeah, I
But
have a
then
Unicomp Model M.
Then you
and-
sort of decided you wanted to eventually
Yeah, and
do Model F stuff. So
yeah, it was good, but it was a bit disappointing that it wasn't the thing I remembered with my fingers. So I got into museum and looked at one that's actually the normal stuff, and I noticed that it's like better. And I bought an XT and
plane spring or beam spring?
Huh?
We're still talking about buckling spring.
Yeah, it's still buckling springs.
So an older version of buckling string would be better. You're saying?
Model F, yeah.
F.
The Model F is better. Like it's a
Quality is just
different
everything's better.
feeling.
Okay. So how'd you get your first Model F then?
Well, I bought that XT. I tried to pull out.
Like years ago?
Yeah, it was in 2016. And then I figured out that I need an USB adapter. And I looked at like $50 in parts for Xwhat's and I decided that I'm too cheap for that shit. Okay, you will be ground. And
where'd you get your Model F?
eBay.
eBay. How much was it back then?
Like $50 or so.
Really?
Yeah.
Couldn't do that.
If
now.
it was 100, I wouldn't just buy it.
Then you can't do that. Now, right?
I strongly believe that like keyboard should not cost more than $100. Because
what about the eBay for a Model F now would be a lot, right? How much are they?
probably 200, 250, yeah. And that's madness. And beam spring by that time was
Like-
250, and I didn't buy beam spring because like
1,000 plus, right?
$250 for a beam spring. What are you kidding me?
Now it's 1,000 or not?
Yeah, now it's 1,000, and
I'd love a beam spring, but I don't know how I'm gonna get one ever. I guess.
well, hopefully Sneaky Rob will get us switches, and then it would be,
That'd be
easy.
cool.
Yeah. Well, he kinda has.
What do you need? Switches and then a PCB. Then you need PCB.
PCBs are cheap.
It's easy to make PCBs.
Yeah. So before this controller, PCB manufacturing for capacitive sensing was considered highly risky thing, and like you need 10 prototypes to get it work. Because when you're blind and you don't see your actual levels, it's pretty hard to figure out. Tuning the thing would be hard.
So are you saying CommonSense will make it easier to make magnetic valve or anything it can drive? It'll make it easier
magnetic
to
valve.
make PCBs and switches of all new types? Or?
Magnetic valve, no, because it's the same thing. It uses comparators, so you need to declare a level which you should see.
What's this one?
Yeah.
Oh.
This one is harder. It's like it's really pushing the limits of the hardware. But capacitive is easy because like it's.
Oh,
So
okay.
the thing is with capacitive you can like charge it and then probably hold 30 seconds to measure it. Like you measure it at your terms. So with inductive you have about 50 nanoseconds to measure.
Wow.
And you cannot choose. You need to measure at exact moment.
Okay.
And so for that would need like huge amount of coordination in firmware to like drive the pin up and then like measure immediately. So the difficulty compared to nuclear weapon firing controller, essentially. So
beam spring is capacitive, buckling. No, I mean buckling spring is capacitive.
Buckling spring is capacitive and the membrane. I have a membrane there in a garbage bin. I'll fish it out for you to show you like how they are different, but later when we're done with this.
But Sneaky Rob's making beam spring switches.
He is making a beam spring mechanisms. So the actual
exact match or modified or new?
Modified. So this is a flipper from Model F, and this is a flipper from Model M.
Yeah.
This is the difference.
Yeah, but they're both buckling spring.
They're both buckling spring, but as you can see, the spring, the springs are just a bit different. So they produce a different force.
Okay.
And as you can see, the legs are the same, but what happens beyond the legs is different. So the thing is, here, as you can see, this Model M flipper has a
ridge there.
Ridge over there. So that's what pushing onto a membrane. Model F doesn't have anything like this, but it has huge area from which it covers the those two plates.
Yeah.
Covers them like this. Yeah.
But now we're talking about beam spring, right?
Beam spring is a different. I don't have a switch with me, but it's higher, and it actually, so the spring goes like this. When you push on it, it actually also buckles.
Okay.
But like it's a beam spring because it's like a beam, not the spring is a beam, not a spring.
I see.
And when you push it, it buckles and lifts up the plate.
Yeah. Okay.
So beam spring is normally plates are lying on the PCB. So when you're pressing it down, it actually lifts it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, how far along is he, or what's he doing? Or?
I'm not sure. He posted like a couple of days ago. He posted interesting post.
Okay.
Where he actually managed to do several stems, and it looks okay, but I haven't really looked. I like had a glance, but not really looked at it. But
So
yeah.
this set of springs and whatever plate thing. How'd you get all those, or why do you have those?
Well,
Like
so
many of these, I guess. Yeah.
as you can see, this F122 has a couple of empty places. So those empty places,
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
are this.
And you can use either one, or
No, you can't. You need to use Model F and Model F. In Model M as Model F. I periodically have an idea to actually assemble the Model F with. So the difference between Model F and Model M. This is a barrel assembly. So with Model F, this is your key.
Mm-hmm.
You can have as many of them and put them separately.
Mm-hmm.
With Model M, the thing's still there, but those are in form of huge piece of plastic which has those preformed.
Yeah. Okay.
And you cannot change the layout, but with Model F, since you have like
It's
universal
more
modules,
modular,
you can have like any layout you want to.
Okay.
So yeah.
What's
that's
your
the
idea?
difference.
Make
The
Model
idea
M's,
is to-
make separate little Model M guys.
The idea is to
Extend the.
to file out this particular thing, and I don't know, like just put it onto the PCB and see what I'll see, because maybe, just maybe, there will be enough difference to make capacitive sensing with those, but yeah, it will feel cheaper.
Okay.
It would feel a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
So what's
what was
Sneaky
wrong?
Rob? It'll have the right feeling or whatever. What's he making? He's making this part.
He's making both of those things. So this is it.
Oh, we're talking. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up again. Model F had Eclipse made Model F.
Yeah.
This is Model F. Sneaky
Yeah.
Rob's making Beam Spring, right?
Yeah, Sneaky Rob making beam spring, and it's not here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And now,
Easier to solder these ones, huh?
yeah. Much.
Mm-hmm.
Apps.
That was such a tiny amount. I guess it's hot. The tip's hot. So.
No, I actually essentially deoxidized the tip, not. So this tiny amount won't survive won't survive the time I'm bringing it back down to the PCB.
Gosh, it doesn't look easy, but you do it enough times, you get better at it.
Yeah, but I fucked up.
Got the wrong. Didn't put the colored one on number one?
No, colored number will be ground, so it's fine. It's just I didn't slice long enough. So, and I already soldered one of the pins, and too lazy to pull it out.
But I'm amazed you're able to cut.
Well,
stiff
X-Acto knife,
It's pretty sharp, huh?
Yeah.
You replace the blades very often, or?
No, unfortunately. I should, because the new blade cuts much better. but I kind of forget. When I was like cleaning up the shit, I actually found 3 boxes of blades because when I needed to replace them, I couldn't find the
it.
box.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll click here. Oh. Bend them away. Crap. It's kind of hard to find a way to get them.
Turn the board around, maybe. Or?
If I turn the board around, well. Why not? And I'll hit from the other side. One of the good things about Metcal, you cannot overheat the board. It will never cause delamination.
Never cause what?
Delamination is called. So those tracks are laminated onto the
delamination?
substrate. Yeah.
What won't cause it? Metcal, I said what?
Yeah, those
That's
things. Yeah, because it's
soldering?
like never goes above the set temperature, and
So that's why
this-
consistent temperatures.
and the set temperature is very low.
Yeah.
And,
What do you have it set at?
I'm not having set as it's like it's set by a cartridge. To change the temperature, you need to change the cartridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Like mine, I adjust the temperature,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This one is not adjustable.
Because it's that production station, you change the
Yeah.
cartridge?
So like there is a
Wow.
thing on forums where people like, yeah, I have my Metcal, but why? How do you change the temperature? Why would you need to? Because you don't need to change the temperature if you have enough heat flux. If you can deliver enough heat, you don't need to bring the temperature up.
What was mine? Mine was, I think, 700 or something? 700 degrees Fahrenheit? maybe?
700 is a bit too hot.
Too hot?
So this one is 6. This is 600 series, but if I remember correctly, the temperature is 675 Fahrenheit.
Oh.
Yeah, the iron itself is actually a radio station. Believe it or not.
It's what?
It's a radio station,
What is?
this thing.
Oh,
The black thing.
really?
It outputs 13.5 megahertz over the cable.
Oh.
And it's like, essentially like it's kind of a microwave oven.
So we're gonna die early here. After
Nah,
this session.
it's shielded. And
Okay.
the thing that makes it good is that there is a piece of metal there. Ah, shit. Bend the wire. There is a piece of metal there which is heated by electromagnetic radiation if it's lower than 675 and like stops being heated, like stops reacting to the waves when it's
That's
heated
how it
enough.
accurately
Yeah.
stops or whatever.
Yeah. So essentially, like when it reaches the temperature, it immediately stops heating and that's it. You cannot
But it
cannot
sits there and toggles, but
overshoot.
you can't go past it. But then how much does it drop before it kicks in again?
Very small amount.
Small amount.
Yeah, because it doesn't sense the temperature. It's like a physical thing.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like Curie point, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
It's called, like where it stops becoming, loses magnetic properties, and if I remember the word correctly.
Wow.
And it's without those.
So do you have other cartridges of other temperatures or not even? Oh, that's what the.
Yeah,
what?
they have several temperatures. There are like 500, which is 570.
Uh-oh. You okay?
Yeah, I am. I just like almost
Burned your leg.
almost
pants
dropped
and-
it.
Oh, God. Have you ever
And-
dropped it before?
Yes. And
Where, on the floor? Or what'd you burn on the way down?
usually your legs.
Oh, my God.
Whatever would you expect? Like your legs are down there, so you will burn your legs.
Did you need a new pair of pants or it was fine? Were you
No.
wearing pants?
So jeans, denim would actually withstand
yeah, it
it.
would withstand it.
You'll
right?
just
Yeah.
get a
A
small
mark,
burn.
maybe. Yeah.
But the
If you were bare-legged, that would be.
synthetics will actually melt,
Yeah.
and the worst thing they can melt and cling to your skin.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing. And also, by the way, rosin, don't get anywhere near rosin that's molten. That thing is like napalm,
Oh,
almost
wow.
napalm.
Yeah.
It's very sticky, and it has like pretty large heat capacity. So like it
Yeah.
brings a lot of heat, and it's sticky. And
Yeah. It's a mess waiting
if-
to.
if you touch it, you would have trouble like removing it.
Yeah.
And it will, it will cling to you, and it will burn you all the time it clings to you.
Jeez.
Okay, so the ground is.
Here, let's look at this work here. That is awesome.
Okay.
So that comes out, goes up here, comes out. That's one of them, and then here's the one he just did. Let's see if I can.
It's pretty shoddy work, to be honest, but
I think
it's fine.
I think it's amazing. I would have
Yeah.
almost no chance of doing that.
yeah, so going back to exquisite, you kinda asked me an hour ago why it's different and how it's different and why people have problems with thresholds. He decided to stick to datasheets, and datasheets will tell you that you should never go to the negative voltage. Like your pins should never receive negative voltages relative to the chip ground. And to do that, he needed to make a thing. So he needed to shift the ground level for the sensing machinery. And the benefit of the ground is that you don't need to do anything. The ground is always there. Like you don't need to stabilize it or anything. Like it's the ground. When you pull it above, you need to keep it at that level, because charges arriving would make it higher, charges parting would make it would make voltage lower. So you need to getting back to cups. So that cup, when you don't have it anywhere, when you don't have plate connected to anything, it would hold the charge for a long time. But when you do this, so essentially for sense, before I sense, the pads are disconnected. Exquisite could not do that thing, and his pads are always connected to something, and because of that, you need to you don't have much time to read things out. You need to read them out very quickly.
Fast, yeah.
And that means an ADCs need time to convert the signal. So
They're too
he
slow
only
for that,
so he only could do threshold matching as this thing requires.
But because he was limited by that
because he was
technology.
limited by his
The
adherence
choices.
to a datasheet.
Well, and the comparator is limiting because it's too slow, right?
So comparator will not be needed if you're willing to accept the fact that your pins can sometimes go below 0.
Okay.
And technically what I'll be doing in capacitive stuff, and here like with inductive stuff it's even more than that. What I'll be doing is like out of datasheet. Like you couldn't use that in a.
And so when you made CommonSense, did you knew that ahead of time, or you discovered it as you went, and you were observing and trying to figure out what would work, or you already knew?
I already knew it was a conscious decision because it made things much easier. Okay.
No, I need that.
I have a pinout diagram somewhere. One moment, I don't remember which pins should be where.
So why the Sun keyboard? What do you like about that? Or you had it back in the day? Or?
$5 at RPC.
Oh, nice.
and it's better than like there is a one standard Dell keyboard over there, but it's worse.
What's in the sun?
Someone is
What's in the sun? Is it? Do you know what kind of switches it has?
it's a rubber, it's a
Yeah.
rubber dome, but like decent one.
Yeah.
Um,
$5 where? RePC?
RPC, yeah.
Where's that at? Can you get
It's like near the, it's like in Sodo. It's near the Living Computer Museum actually.
Can you still get stuff like that there, or not really? Like everything, it's hard to.
They have like piles of keyboards. Whatever's there is there. They are like a recycler shop. Where is the? I can't find the McGualf documentation.
Oh.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, I
It's there,
remember
but
seeing it too.
I just Docs probably.
Magval.
Yeah, Docs McGualf. Yeah. Pin out.
Oh, you have the back of the package too, if you want.
Yeah, it's actually drawn on the back of the package.
You want that? Would it help, or you like the computer? Or it's right here. Right?
Yeah, we'll need that because. Thread agreement. Okay.
So tell me what you're thinking about or doing here.
I'm putting out like I'm mapping.
You're trying to match these
Yeah,
numbers
I'm-
to where you're gonna put them on there. No.
No, I have rows and columns. I don't care about the order or anything. I'll just solder them. I just need to solder rows to rows and columns to columns.
So the-
I can remap it, but I don't want to.
No, it matches
Because,
your
like,
firmware,
yeah.
whatever you got set up. Or
Yeah, it's already set up that way, and I
Yeah.
just
I got you. Why do the columns jump around like C16, C12, C8 instead of 1, 2, 3? Instead of
yes, there is a story behind that.
Okay.
And and yeah, it is like C1, C2, but I would not be paying attention to that today. Yeah.
What made X-Whatsits get scarce or expensive, or what was the problem? There was a shortage of hardware or something?
No, it's just contains lots of small parts, and
All those parts started to cost more or something? No, they weren't available.
they was
right?
just
'Cause
like they were available, just like was many of them. They weren't expensive by themselves. There were just too many of them.
So
So
the
this
people that
thing
would
is like
gather all
single
the-
piece.
that one has everything, but if you had to gather a bunch of parts, then people charge a certain amount to gather that and sell it? And that was what got more expensive?
So this is a very interesting board. So if you buy only a chip, it would cost you like about $18. If you buy the board, it costs 10, because it's a marketing. It's a marketing thing. Like usually, semiconductor manufacturing provide you samples for free. This is a sample, but it's like not free, but it's $10.
Well, I think it wasn't. I think it was more than that.
But if you buy a chip, or, if you design your own device and buy a chip, the chip would be 18. Well, it would be like probably 13 at 1,000 pieces, but it's an expensive chip.
Mm-hmm.
You just like get it.
Oh, so if you're
With a
trying to shrink
discount.
it and put it in adapters, and you need it to look prettier and stuff, and so they were going for smaller sizes and stuff. Is it, and what's teensy related to what's X?
Teensy is
You can.
initial Teensy was using the same Atmel, but like later ones don't use Atmel hardware; they use different one. So this is mine.
This is an X. What's it?
Now this is a Bluetooth variant of it. So it's actually two machines in one. So it uses this Bluetooth module, which is like, costs probably $10, but provides you like with all the radio stuff which you don't need to invent yourself. And this is the same chip, except like cheaper modifications. This one costs like $9. And everything else is like there are two power supplies because different voltages for a chip. Charge controller. This small thing is a charge controller.
So someone made this kit with, it's like a Bluetooth kit for Cypress, or how
So
would you describe
this-
it? Yeah.
So I made the PCB and everything else.
You made this PCB?
Yeah, it's. I have like.
So no Bluetooth. What is this? What are
So
we
this
looking
one,
at?
this is my first PCB I made.
What do you mean you made it? Where?
Oshpark.
What?
Oshpark.com.
Oshpark.com.
Yeah, this is PCB from that thing because Oshpark makes them in trees.
What'd you make them? What'd you use to do your layout? What software?
Deep Trace. Yeah, so those I think those are all prototypes that I actually made.
And then this is a prototype you made, and you wanted Bluetooth, you wanted all those things you just mentioned.
I don't want to Bluetooth. I didn't want to Bluetooth. I kind of owe it. One moment, it was.
You made all these, huh? You had them make all these
You
based
just
on this.
designed it and like
Yeah,
you
they-
sent it to print and
Is it cheap to do that?
and they print them. Huh?
Is it fairly cheap to print them?
Yeah, it's like $1 per square inch or something like that.
Okay. So,
I'm trying to show you one of those boards with actually something in them, like populated, but it's not in this box. It's probably
so I have a 5-pin DIN with a teensy in it, and what's the other, Soarer and all that? What's all that? I don't get the, what's Soarer versus,
no.
what's it? Okay, we're getting
Yeah,
deep
this
into
is-
the boxes here.
Yeah, this is how it looks populated. That's the first controller ever. Like that's the first one which was not made from a kit.
That looked like heat tape there that you have in
Huh?
there. What's this tape? Roll of tape.
That's a copper, like quarter-inch copper,
Okay. Sorry.
for like experiments.
So what?
But yeah.
So this is. So why are you
So
making
you-
these things? What are you going? What were you doing?
For this one, I kinda tried to figure out if I can. So it's the size of it and the place of interconnects.
This is early CommonSense prototyping? No. What?
Yeah, this is like I was trying to figure out what I can do with actual hardware. This is my like first PCB
And
ever.
it's giant. This was the giant thing that back in the day that, or what? How come it's so big? Because you obviously. Oh, that's.
One moment, I'll pull it out.
Oh, that's the same. You added that to these.
If we
this
get
one.
to that historic shape, I can actually pull it out. This is a controller for Project MF. There.
You called it Project MF? Is that code
So,
name?
remember that topic on Distority about, model MF conversion? So, this is that.
Hold on, let me see.
This is all the stuff which was... Oh, another one.
So large and in charge, isn't it? What's all this stuff?
Oh, this stuff actually
Oh my god.
goes here and connects.
Oh my god.
So I have actually several of those interfaces, which are, standard network jacks.
Yeah, why are you doing
Yeah.
that? One per switch, or what are we talking about? No.
So I had a beam spring on. I once had a beam spring on this end of it.
Okay.
And this is supposed to be a controller for a beam spring and with a smaller version of a chip.
Okay.
So
Individual beam springs, or what are we talking about? Like, what's one of those big network jacks is for one beam spring?
nah, this
Is it for rows and columns, or it's like controller, or what is it?
The matrix for this Model F is 8x16.
Yeah.
So there are
Yeah.
there
Okay.
is also a ground in every.
It's just a way to get your.
So 8x16
okay.
is 24, but you also need ground, so that's why there are like 4x8. So every socket is like 8
Yes. Okay.
8 wires.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have 24 for the matrix. You need to have ground. That's why there is 4.
The network cable
Four
jack
zero.
makes it so that you can unplug and plug easily
Yep.
and do stuff. Okay.
And this is like the end, which plugs into a keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like a first prototype to see like how small a board I can make. Funny things. See those small wires? That's where I fucked up with the layout.
Oh,
So
you're
essentially-
fixing your
I
bad
forgot
PCB
couple of-
design. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot couple of red lines and had to solder to this.
That looks smaller than anything we've done today.
Yeah,
Oh
0.6
my gosh.
millimeter
Oh my
pin
gosh.
pitch. Yeah, it was.
But why
horrible.
are these so gigantic? Like, what's the point of that?
That's the standard pins.
Standard
That's
pins
like
of what?
this like standard standard pins.
Of,
like if
of
you-
all hardware or something. I'm saying we're not seeing any so far in what we're doing today so far. Oh, like the chips we took off weren't that thick,
Nah,
were they?
it's capacitors.
What about the ones we took off today? They weren't that tall. They weren't that
Yes,
long.
Somewhere there.
Yeah.
We'll pick it up later. Okay. Those are not gigantic. This is your standard 0.1 inch step pin headers.
Is there any in here?
So this is actually an IDE cable.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to. That's why you did this, for an IDE
Yeah.
cable. Gotcha.
And yeah,
If you weren't doing IDE, you wouldn't have these big old things. And so when you get to this generation, how come there's not even any pins really? This is
there are
going to be
holes.
IDE or serial.
So
or something?
look.
Yeah.
This is a thing soldered. This is a thing printed.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like
Before and after.
there are no pins in it. It's
But then what would this plug into? A ribbon cable that's going to a beam spring or something?
that's going to a keyboard. Doesn't
Okay.
matter beam spring or or not beam spring.
And that's what do you call it? IDE cable or the older?
This is actually SCSI
It's like a hard drive.
cable.
SCSI. Okay, so
Yeah, so this is not IDE. It's SCSI because it's wider than 40.
And that was
I'm
just
not
a
sure.
convenient way to get data lines, and now you got this small ribbon cable and smaller everything because this
Yeah.
is like more modern or newer than or smaller way to do that.
Okay, so there was another myth about CommonSense that you need good wires. So this is the shittiest wires you can possibly come up with for high frequency stuff. Yeah, and here is like another copy.
Why'd you say high frequency? That's related to what you were talking about, where we need to measure it very fast. And
Yeah.
stuff?
So I tried to make it like the worst case possible.
Yeah.
This guy will go to Chevrolet Beam. Yeah, so
This is a history of CommonSense in a bag.
and now it's a history of
Or model.
Model MF. Yeah, Project MF.
Is that a precursor to?
No, it's not a precursor to anything. So the plan was to use those connectors,
Yeah.
and the plan was to solder them into this one.
And then do what?
I did one prototype,
Yeah.
like populated it and tested it and all that.
What's
and-
the goal though? You're trying to get.
We were trying to get Model F replacement for Model M. You get a case from Model M and like drop in the assembly from Model F. You can read about it. It's like 100 pages now. It's a Lot Lizards project. So I promised him before any of this, I promised him that I will make a controller for his keyboard if he turns up and asks me to do that.
And he's
And
not
I
there
still-
yet, or
he disappeared a couple years ago.
is he the guy? There's been a few people that disappeared. He's not the guy that made the keycaps set.
No, that's Seb. But yeah, the IBM keyboards have a certain curse to them. When people try to reconstruct them, it
So did other
Best
people
case-
pick up where Lizard left off, or not?
yeah, best case it will, you know, if
It'll
you try
ruin
to
your life.
reconstruct
You'll get best case.
IBM keyboard, best case you will do it in like 6 times original time estimates, as Ellipse did, because the Ellipse was like he was promising it to Christmas
Now
2015.
it's 4 years later.
Yeah, and now it's like you know.
I just ordered one 2 months ago, and I bet it'll be a year before you get to my serial number.
No, this would actually be much faster, because the manufacturing kinks are all ironed out, and
Well, but the die sub's gonna take a year, and hand delivering each one and Q's quality check, and it'll be a year, dude.
yeah, except if he actually did a quality check,
Everybody
people
will help. I
wouldn't,
saw that.
people wouldn't have problems like I have a threshold of 600,
Right.
and because
Well,
like
I'm just saying, one person by hand trying to ship out 2,000, that'll make it a year.
yeah,
But-
that too. But yeah, probably not the controller, but he likely checks the mechanical parts, but the controllers it doesn't seem like he checks, because I guess it would not be on the YouTube, so Ellipse would not be writing me letters about this. But yeah, you know, mechanical checks are maybe there, like electronics check is not there. So yeah, and I promised Lot Lizard to do whatever he like, and I promised to add whatever features he will require from me.
But he disappeared?
And he disappeared.
Do you know why?
Nobody knows.
Nobody's heard or seen from him.
Yeah.
Where does he
Well,
live? What part of the world?
Michigan.
Okay.
I know because he sent me a beam spring to test stuff on it. With-
So that made MF sort of stall out, and then CommonSense there's a gap, or what?
Nah, CommonSense is just a controller. Project MF was actual physical package. So Model MF was like something like Ellipse did, except you know, on a community / non-commercial level.
Yeah.
So like we won't have single Model F key for $1, which is like which is too much, and that can go on the record because it's fucking too much. Like I wouldn't stand half a
Luckily, no one
30
watches
cents.
my
I wouldn't
videos,
stand
and
half $1.
It'll be like 4 hours long when we get done. But
Okay.
I still think it's awesome.
So you don't edit stuff.
Huh?
So you don't edit stuff.
No, I don't have time for that. You got time for that?
Okay. Yeah.
I can if you want, but I'd rather just
Yeah.
throw it up there and people get what they get.
Okay. I guess it won't get worse.
No one watches it anyway.
Because like well, it's not a big secret where I walk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Sometimes I wonder, like I'm opening packages in my address. I don't know. It's like, who cares? Life's too
Yeah.
short. Like kind of like you said, dying from lead.
So yeah, and he sent me one of his beam springs. He has several because you know, you can't just stop when you start collecting the shit.
Who can't stop? You or
You like
I know,
one can't stop collecting the shit
right?
when
But
you
are you
start.
talking about yourself in this case?
Nah, I'm done.
You're done.
Yeah. If there will be a beam spring in 10K less or full variant with Windows keys, I'll try to buy one if it's not too expensive. But otherwise, no.
So you're holding out hope for Sneaky Rob's project for that, or sort of? That's part of it. It would be part of it. You gotta have switches first. You gotta have.
Yeah, he needs to to get up with the switches. He also have PCB designs for it. He asked me about stuff, but I don't remember if the project is public or not, so I won't talk about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but yes, he need to do some PCBs for beam spring switches, so I did some consultations. But yeah, when when we will have a beam spring, I will buy one probably.
Mm-hmm. So you've typed on them. Have you ever? You don't own one yet, or you haven't owned one, but you've.
No, I had it for like 2 weeks or so
And you
to
liked
make
it a
sure
lot?
that things work.
And you enjoyed it.
Yes, it's an awesome thing.
Yeah.
Like it's feelings that you will never
Yeah.
get anywhere else.
So
Because-
what? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Because why?
yeah, because like when you press the key,
Yeah. Is that
It
solenoid or not?
nah, it's not solenoid. Solenoid is for sound. I don't understand that.
It's not in it. It's not in all those IBMs or the solenoid part.
Solenoid is you can turn it off, and
Oh,
also it's
okay.
like it was only in like old keyboards.
Yeah.
Newer ones don't have any solenoids in them.
And it was probably just to make the sound like a typewriter, I guess. I
Yeah.
heard. Yeah.
Kinda. And
How about
talking
tell me
about-
my history? Like when I was in college in 1987
oh, you older.
or 8. No, earlier than that. 85, let's say. 1985. I had a Commodore Amiga, and my roommate had an IBM 8086.
That would not be 75. That would be 85.
85, yeah. Sorry, I meant 80. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out my... 85 is what I'm talking about. 84, let's say.
Uh-huh.
And he had an IBM 8086. What was the keyboard?
That would be Model F keyboard.
Just a super early Model F keyboard?
That's on XT, so it would be
Yeah.
one of.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a shell for it, but I don't use it because like it's heavy enough, even without a shell.
So if it sits on your desk, it can be as heavy as it wants to be.
Huh?
What? You don't use what?
I don't use the shell. It like sits on the desk. It's naked. It's like.
So it's not the weight, it's the size, the width and height. Because if you're not moving it, who cares if it's 1 pound or 10 pounds, right?
Yeah, but it's pretty large, and
So it's
I don't remember why I ditched the case. Probably I found it, more fun that way.
I found that interesting when you came to the Seattle Keyboard Meetup that you actually enjoyed no case, or you think it's more beautiful without a case. It's cool.
Yeah, it's kinda cool without the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it has this prototype hardware feel.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that Project MF bag, I actually made the prototype controller in the same
So it'd be before.
same form factor as Mini X-Wodzit, which is in ellipsis keyboards now, and then he just disappeared. But I still promise I still owe him the controller,
Mm-hmm.
and whatever features he asks for, I will make, because I promised that 3 years ago. Yeah. And if it
wonder
was
why he disappeared.
If it was not for his encouragement, it's probably be no layers, no markers, nothing, because I don't use those.
What do you mean layers and markers?
Like currently CommonSense supports layouts with several layers.
Oh, you don't
And you
like
have
layers, or you didn't
but
want layers?
I don't use them. I don't use them
Because
myself.
you don't
and
have
this
a
is-
small keyboard, or
and-
you have
and-
to overload stuff. You don't like 60.
Yeah.
If you get to 60, you have to, right? So that's why you like 10 keyless. They're fine with that, but anything smaller, you
Yeah.
have to have layers, right?
Yeah. But a pistol is just a means to get to a long gun. So like keyboard should be big enough to put everything into one layer. Because it's fastest that way. Like when you need to, and also it should be a standard layout, because this way you kind of go and can type on other people's keyboards.
Mm-hmm. But layers is, I guess, the desire for portability and all that. Then all of a
Yeah.
sudden you're trading off some stuff. So
Yeah, layers is a desire for like to have 50% keyboard and like
yeah.
show everybody off how cool are you, that people cannot type on your keyboard.
You're pissing off all the small keyboard people. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I don't understand.
Portability.
I mean-
If you're gonna go to the coffee shop and you just want to take a little stick
Your
with you.
notebook has an internal keyboard.
But I hate those keys.
It's
Jeez.
shitty.
I hate them. I actually
Oh,
take
by
my
the way,
portables.
those 16-inch are a bit better.
Yeah.
They
I'll have to
like
try 'em out before I leave. But
the chatter. Well,
I think
it's
the chatter is
just
a
the
good
chatter.
part. But yeah.
It is a good part, but nobody would look at it. You know, nobody has 3 hours. Yeah, and roast and then cones and then.
Okay, so tell me, what's the difference between Soarer and X what's it, and what are these names?
Soarer is you get an XT and you convert it to USB, but like the protocol, it's a converter.
Converts protocol to USB.
Yeah, it converts protocol to USB, but it pretends that it's a host. So the
Yeah.
keyboard is not modified.
And it's what does it use for hardware? You can put that firmware. You can put that Soarer software, and you can put it on any chip or. Teensy is what it's made for. Yeah.
Okay, now get closer. I'll show you how they're programmed and like utilities and all that.
Okay, let me switch to. I'm gonna unplug this and actually turn it off.
So we're there. So
you're opening an IDE. What is
Yep.
it? It comes from Cypress or what?
yeah, this comes from Cypress. It's like written in .NET or something like that, and that's why it's not possible to port to Linux because it's like it's abusing the .NET in very Windows specific way.
Well, I did a lot of
Come on.
.NET. I wonder if I had a
Open
shot
up.
at it or not. You're saying
2.11.
who's abusing .NET? The UI or the firmware?
The IDE itself is like it does
Yeah.
horrible things to .NET which are like not portable.
Mm-hmm. What? How did you see that or notice that, or who said that? Or
I tried to run it on Linux and it breaks in various
Oh, I
interesting
see.
ways, and all of those ways are horrible. Yeah. Okay. This is actually schematics of what will be programmed inside. So see this. So essentially, this is like multiplexers. They, switch columns. So like 4 of them can be processed at the same time, and there are like 4 blocks. This is a multiplexer. It connects one of the pins to this bus. This is a comparator, and this is a DAC. So comparator can only compare things. So I need to set levels by this thing, and like it's only one. There is only one level, nothing else, and that makes it hard because you're blind.
what is these are virtual things, and that
Yeah,
chip can
those
do
are-
all this. You can lay it. You can put a
Yeah.
comps and whatever you want.
You
and then
can go.
how many comps you get, as many as you need, or is it like?
So the chip actually has resources, so it shows you like how many resources I used.
Oh,
Yeah, but actually
okay.
you go, you get a module, you like drag it in, and it's there.
Oh, okay.
And then you like connect the wires. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
Yeah, and the capacitive thing looks significantly different. So it's actually single NUCs, and there is an ADC. So it actually like gets a level, not a threshold. And I get like 8 bits of a signal, and I can figure out like if it's slow, it's slow, it's high.
So it
it's
looks
high.
much simpler.
Yeah, it looks much simpler.
What was the first one you showed me? That was the magnetic one that we're
That
gonna
was
do?
magnetic valve, and it's.
Okay.
You get me that opera? I'll show you how it actually.
So that one's electrostatic,
yeah.
capacitive, but or something.
I just.
How does that relate to magnetic valve? It does or doesn't?
It doesn't. I just want to show you like how
Yeah, okay.
how the thing looks where I can read stuff. So
Oh,
if
okay.
you press the key monitor and press start, you would see like levels that
Okay,
change.
hold
And
on.
if I change it, as you can see, they like have different
Hold on, let me
values.
get that focused here. Okay, yeah, you're.
Yeah, and if you look at this one, for example, like if I press it slowly, it would go. See?
Yeah.
If I press it all the way, it's like 18. If I press
Oh, it's
it,
got weighted. Oh, it's
if
got.
I press it slowly, like half the way, I can see 10.
That's you telling that software to read the variability and print it out, or that's built into the Cypress thing?
I'm pressing the
Yeah.
key.
And
so it,
Cypress
like,
is
reads
giving
it.
you those values?
Yeah, it's.
Like this matrix monitor, did they make that or you did?
I did. This is a Qt application. So it's a host-side utility for this.
Yeah.
So that thing programs the stuff within the chip, and this is talks to the chip. This one talks to the chip. Okay, so we need to switch to a different project. Set as active and. Oh, come on, no devices still. Hey. Okay, I know what it is. So the thing is that the firmware in the programmer should be updated.
Oh.
Until you update it, it won't really work.
Oh,
So if I
So the one I ordered was something that's been sitting in our house for.
it's always so they put updates like every month or two, so it's always not up to date.
Yeah.
Just need to remember what utility. Yeah, piece of programmer. What utility updates the firmware of the thing? Okay, it does not match. Fine. So you click update firmware and it's blinks for some time.
What's blinking? The upper left green?
Yeah, the left green one. The yellow one is wired to a power, so it's not blinking at all.
What about blue?
Blue is actually on the.
When you're gonna
prototype
shove
part.
stuff from the programmer to the.
Yeah, so like there's a border, so this is one system, this is another system.
Mhm.
So the default firmware is like just to blink the LED.
Oh yeah, you said that.
And
Yeah,
once we update this one and flash it, it would no longer be lit. Okay, got it. We have the latest firmware. What? It doesn't see the device. Okay, we can build it, I guess. So okay, I programmed it from this machine, so it's physically connected to this machine. We're good there, but it doesn't see the chip with a programmer. Not sure why.
Reboot.
Yeah, when in doubt, reboot. Yeah, and programming goes now because I'm about to solder it to the wires, and it would be much more painful to connect it, because like it's small. Okay, we programmed it, so if we no devices detected, you kidding me?
That really pushed stuff to it?
I don't want to save before closing. I'll just try to restart the IDE to see if it's, if it comes to senses.
Or would you see it?
I would just...
You flashed it, so the USB can see it. You pushed
firmware
exactly. To it.
I couldn't push firmware to it because like the programmer in IDE doesn't see the device.
But the Cypress firmware upgrade worked, right? That saw it.
So like it sees this half, but the other half, for some reason, it cannot see. Select target and program. Yeah, finally.
It's there now?
So I'll just go and say program. It would compile things. And then. Oh fuck, it's not the right thing to do.
Where's it going?
I want to abort the
Flash
programming. Successfully programmed. Fine. I flashed the wrong software. It's fine. Because
you're gonna flash.
Because like when you say like program, it gets active. What do you mean unknown device?
Oh, so it's some.
Oh, come on. No, it's cold, it should work. Okay. Try rebooting. Huh, it shows, but then it disappears.
Weird.
Weird, yeah. Okay.
Directly into the.
Yeah, use a different controller. See, desktop has its,
How's its. Oh,
you
that's
know,
not-
has its benefits, but
It's also not showing.
so the kit prog is there, but the device is not. What the hell?
Hmm.
Anyway,
Sometimes are the Cypress modules bad? Like.
So 5888 LP 097 5888 LTE LP 97. It's right hardware. It is the right hardware.
Have you ever gotten a bad
Yes, but
test kit?
we programmed it once,
Yeah.
so unknown device. Nice.
Hmm.
Okay, but we programmed something to it, and that was some firmware version. So remove the cap, and yeah, this is to prevent it shorting or anything. You know, just hang it around and then. Okay. Nope. It's not there. So whatever firmware I
Yeah.
supposedly flushed. Wait. This might be wrong cable to use. Okay, we have several other things there, which... one of those, for example. It's a Bluetooth, so it's battery powered, so I had to connect the internal battery first, and only then. Okay, what do we see now? Yeah, the cable's bad. This must be one of those charge-only cables which doesn't have data
Okay.
lines in it. I just need to figure out which bucket are the cables. Yeah, of course it's a bucket that's furthest from me.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, I'm right. Or maybe I like units here.
Want me to hold the lid?
Nah, that's fine. No, it's not here.
This one?
So the cables... no, cables are here. Okay, we have two. Okay, capacitive. So
Not good?
I actually managed to flash it, but for some reason the kit prog, the programmer, doesn't see it anymore.
So.
But we can flash it by other means. But I want to give it a chance to be seen. Active is my mouth. Control F5. Huh, that's the first time I actually see that. So
I have. Remember, I bought two. I can get out the
Nah.
other one if that's
it's fine. It's just that, you know, bootloader works. So I managed to flash it once, and the bootloader is there, so I can flash it from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, this part doesn't recognize it anymore, which is like first time I see.
Weird.
But yeah, apparently, okay. So to flash the firmware using a different end of it, okay, I'll just like build it again, so I'm sure this one's what's built.
How much time and work did you have to put into this Cypress part? A lot?
A lot.
You've used it before, or when you just started using that kit,
No.
you've never seen it before?
Nope. And this is a good idea, actually. It
Yeah.
makes things much easier. But I knew most of that part,
Yeah.
like what to
What
do,
you wanted to
how
do,
logic works, you know, and the programming part probably a couple months. Okay, so
Where's
we
the
select-
programming part, or we don't see that? That's when you're editing? Or...
Programming part is there, it's in C. There is a Cortex directory which has like 50 kilobytes of C code or something.
Can I ask what the word Cortex and ITW, where are those names coming from? Like, how do we know?
So the Cortex is, TMK, which is like, you know, base of the QMK firmware, had this list, that TMK underscore core, where it was like common files were housed. I was renaming it DMA core, but then I found that it's a kind of stupid name, and I renamed it to a Cortex. Cortex is a, you know...
Cortex, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about,
yeah.
someone's saying those valves, they're those switches in my keyboard?
Cortron.
Cortron, what's
Yeah.
that? That's the manufacturer?
Cortron is a manufacturer.
I see.
Okay, which keyboard we have here? That's yours, and then we select the firmware file, which we need, which is MacValve, compiled. Yeah, and now we click the update firmware button and wait. And
So when like Snacks the Cat's trying out CommonSense, he's opening this IDE and compiling your directories. He's just using this whole setup you have right here? Okay.
Okay, and we are back, and yeah, and active and unsafe. Okay. We need to do a couple of things first. No. This is levels, but the levels are set for like every key in the matrix. So in Xcloset you can set levels, like it's one of them or per row, I don't remember.
Okay.
This one you have like every position has a individual level, individual threshold.
And you need that because some switches will be at different levels than the other ones?
Yeah, when I showed you that, you know, top rate, like some of them zeros, some of them twos, when you press it, sometimes it's 20, sometimes it's 15, you know, and you know, you don't usually need to, you know, to be too specific.
Yeah.
Because with capacitive ones, the running instruction is to press key monitor, select the average mode, like run it for 15 seconds, and then just to apply what's there as thresholds.
Right.
And that's it. Okay, thresholds.
What about, is it in key rollover or not, or do I know? Or?
It is. So the capacitive one is this
we don't
one.
know if this one can be or not, or your stuff can make it do that?
This one is harder because once you press more than 5 keys, it starts misfiring. Okay, I guess the layout we will get later. And yeah, it's also fine. Upload. What? 15 should be okay.
Scan module has gone insane and had to be shot. That's your.
Yeah.
That's your.
That's because it really has to be shot. Otherwise, the thing is capable of outputting like 1,000 key presses a second.
Oh.
And Windows is not liking that.
Yeah.
Okay, try to upload again.
How'd you do that?
This was bought somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is not supposed to happen because 15 should be an okay threshold. Oh, except it's 10. Okay, make it 15. Upload. Doesn't work. Okay.
Want me to try that other
That's fine.
chipset thing?
Huh?
I have another Cypress if we need
No. That's
Okay.
okay. Give me another one.
Mm-hmm.
It would likely not be needed, but I just want to be sure that the results are the same on this one as it's on that one. Because like I never saw it I never saw Kitprog to lose the device after immediately after it was programmed.
Yeah.
This is like strange. Maybe there is a static electricity is a thing after all. I've yet to lose a device to static electricity. Like, never did that. Like, there are warnings. Come on, get out. There are static electricity warnings, but I never lost a device to static electricity. I lost 2 devices to MacBook killer ports, which like just output 20 volts instead of 5 to an unsuspecting USB device. And you can hear the device registering, but then it dies.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, what? Maybe I mistyped, misheard it, and I plugged the second one, and it also okay, upgrade firmware. Well, I have a couple of others, laying around, but hopefully we wouldn't need a third one. Okay. Good. Firmware is up to date. One thing I need to check actually. No, wrong firmware. Yeah, I like sometimes settings go away, but it's all single project and it's easy to change the setting you didn't need to. Oh fuckity fuck. Am I really that stupid? Yes, I am. Okay, I need to recheck one thing. It should be closed. Mag valve, top design, opened, cool, main page, rows, fuck, okay. Oh no, it's different one. Slow, yeah, that one. So there are several drive modes, like, how exactly it drives the pin up and down, and there is like slow and fast versions.
Okay.
So for this particular one, it needs to be slow, and I'm like checking that it is slow. Yeah, those things can get complicated. Where are the pins? The channel, my column pins. There are column pins. Drag, so yeah, cool. That's what I wanted. Okay, we got it right. Active project is valve. Program. It's building. Building. Mushroom. Okay, it sees it. That's good. Successfully programmed. Okay. Select target and program. And it stops seeing it. Okay, so that must be normal. Okay, now I remember. Yes, that's supposed to happen. I don't have enough pins on the thing. So when you program it with the CommonSense, it actually cuts off the debugging pins because it needs it for other purposes. And that's why you can't see it anymore. Okay. So this can be safely like broken off. It would make it like shorter. Sorry, for a moment I was really afraid.
I was just noticing, like, it's so so much to remember, all the little settings and all the little things you do. There's one off, and like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to remember.
So yeah, when there will be a controller. Can I get a cable?
Yes.
When there will be a controller like on a proper PCB, it would be much easier because it would be like a separate project with like all the settings programmed in
Yeah.
and not changed like when I find something, you know,
Yeah.
some other bug,
Mm-hmm.
because like bugs, they're always there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's make it 15 for now. And out and commit. Yeah, but we're like on the finish line.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about
No,
that.
I'm
It's
more
like,
taking your time, so if I was worried you
Nah,
had stuff to do.
I
but
don't have anything better to do with it anyway.
Good. Still saying that though, right?
Okay. So the first application of settings, first commit needs to program all the EEPROM, and while chip's doing it, it's like doesn't pay attention to USB. So it actually hangs, but once it's done, it would return and say all done.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully. It will, won't it?
We can hope so.
Might. Okay, 2 minutes. And while we are trying to program it, I'll go and get the release version of the utility, because this one might contain changes
Mm-hmm.
which are not good ones.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Nah, you know, experimental hardware.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We call it better because it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like. Looks like we lost that one. Not forever, at least. Did you save thresholds? You did. Awesome. Good boy.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the actual config you have? One moment. Where I saved it. Projects, CommonSense, manual, compiled, I guess. Mag12 TFG.
Got their Emacs or VI?
Good enough. Huh?
You using Emacs or something?
Nah, it's far. It's you know, Norton Commander for Windows.
Okay.
Okay, so the configuration file looks okay.
How could you tell? Or?
Oh, I can.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that shit
Yeah.
enough times. Okay, so rows will be the red ones and columns will be the blue ones. And now we just need to solve things down in some order.
That's not recorded.
This is too much.
I see. It's supposed to be like what?
It's supposed to be like this. This is mostly ideal. But usually the pin.
Well, of all the ones, I mean, which one's ideal of all these?
So this one is closest to.
Yeah. like
Those have
these
too
couple-
much,
yeah.
too much of the stuff. It's fine until it forms solder bridges. Is fine.
If those bridged across, that would be horrible.
Yeah. That. Well, you would need to find a way to remove the extra solder.
Mm-hmm. What would you do? Just wick it out somehow?
Yeah. Usually. Usually you get lots of flux and try to, like, you know, solve the problem with the flux. There is like, you know, all the problems can be solved with application of explosives, military say. So the flux is the same thing for electronics.
Okay.
Like there is no such thing as too little flux, and all the problems can be solved by application of flux. Okay, we have rows. And the ground is a ground. Awesome. So the reason those are out of order is because internally chip has 4 buses, and when you have a multiplexer which comes to a single thing, they are like switched together, and you can use any pins in any order you want. But the problem is when you need to use 4 different four different things there, those buses come disconnected, and you suddenly have restrictions on what you can place where. Yeah, and that's why those are out of order. Okay, so we need to do the counterpart. And it conveniently has ground here. Okay.
Are you gonna? Those are gonna spread out over all this? Like you're gonna have to spread the ribbon
I've
out,
just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, you have them enough in
I
a row
will
right
just
there?
Okay.
Okay.
The matrix will be like 10 by 16. Oh shit! We need to reprogram the matrix size.
Because it's different.
Yeah, the matrix would be 10 by 8 by 16.
So that means you have to take all this and hook it up. Yeah, the flasher or a long cable or whatever.
Yeah, you have long enough cable.
Yeah.
So like the matrix would be large, but there will be dead columns and dead rows in it, which will like never output anything, which is fine. Okay, fine. Can you? Oops. Can you hold this thing?
Can't see.
Just yeah, the cable and the board. Awesome. I'll make it quick. Wait, the ground is marked 1. Okay, cool. Oh damn it! I forgot another thing, but it's quick.
Yeah, I'd say your soldering iron was worth the money, right?
Yeah, it's pleasant to work with. Okay, we're done. 3 left.
So there's nothing electronic in the switches, just
Nope, there are
magnetic flow
two
and
wires and a fitted core. Like if you can see it there is like a ring, and there are two wires. Oh no, the ring is here. You can see it. Sorry.
This is the what ring? A ferrite?
Ferrite. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very small and it's in this thing. And like the 4 contacts you have there, it's like just 2 pitch, gouges.
What if I lost one or broke? Can you get replacements, or I'll be out
I'm
of
not
luck?
sure. You probably can get replacements, but that would be some experimentation to what can work, what will work, and what will not, because ferrite is different. Like there are several kinds of ferrite.
Well, that's I meant the whole switch. Like, what about the rest of it?
The whole switch, you probably can't replace it. They don't produce new ones.
Yeah. So I have to find.
Oh no, they produced they produced them in 90s. I'm not sure how,
If they fit
Okay,
or different.
can you hold it? Just the board now,
Just the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
because like everything else will be held in place by the wires. Okay,
Yeah.
we're done with salt. No, we're not. I forget one thing, but it's quick. See those diodes? We need to
Yeah.
short them.
Short them.
And then, you know, solder them to the ground.
So they don't get in the way, or what are we trying to do? What are they?
So
Like some of the lines will flow out to
yeah,
it.
so what actually happens there, the columns are connected to the small chip using the diodes. Those
Okay,
diodes,
yeah.
we don't need them, we need the ground on the other end.
Okay.
So we just need to short them out where they are. Aha, they are there.
It's almost
So
like you think
this-
different. You think in hardware. It's weird. I mean,
No,
I can't-
I have 3 of those done. So like I'm not doing anything new. I'm repeating stuff, and repeating stuff is, you know.
Still-
Have you ever lost you know, last hour of your work of code?
Yeah, you learn more
Where
by
you-
failed experiments than you do
No,
by or time spent or all that.
So the
Yeah.
thing is, if you like think about something
Yeah.
and try to code it, and you lose last hour, it's actually like 10-15 minutes to restore.
Yeah,
Because
already
you know
thought through
what
the
to
problems.
do.
Yeah.
You just essentially typing.
Well, still, I admire that you think that I admire the skill. It's pretty impressive.
It's, you know, it's pretty shitty quality and all that. You just haven't seen anything better.
I doubt there's many people that can
Oh no, there is not many people, but
do what you're doing here.
yeah, because like lead, you know, OSHA will get on your back. Okay. The soldering iron needs to be on to actually solder.
Does it turn off when you holster it automatically too? Or
Nope.
No.
Not one of those. It has a screw on the back, and that screw is turned off 6 hours after you detect that it was used.
Thanks.
Because
It's plenty of time to burn the building down.
Yeah, it kinda, you know, knows when it was used because the power was, you know, it knows when it outputs the power.
This is flux, or what is this?
This is flux, and turns out the board is pretty old, so you can just solder stuff to it. Like you need some flux to freshen it up. But yeah, it's
Now, this is shorting them out by connecting them to each other. Doesn't affect the rest of the board in a negative way, like
the rest of the board
flow?
is disconnected.
Oh.
So those 3 chips essentially disconnect everything. The only thing is LEDs, but for that it should be fine. I'll explain a bit later. But where was the cold joint? This one.
So that key might not work if we don't fix it.
Well, it's
Why does it have 4 pins, like 2 pairs doing something, or what's
it's
going on?
a transformer. Yeah, okay. So pin material is also good. It doesn't repel the team. That's good. We have it. We have this. Is this +5 or -5? Oh, okay. This is the ground. Damn it. Can see.
Want the magnifying glass?
I'm trying to find out which one is ground, which one is, you know, which is ground, which is +5. So I don't short +5 to the ground, and then you can later use it for LEDs. Here you go. Plus on the right, so it will be on the left. No. Plus is on the left, so it will be on the right. So we need this one. This is a ground. This is a plus. Plus. Damn it. too far. Okay, the minus for this one should be on the left, and what the hell? Okay, plus is a big one. I don't understand. Maybe I'm looking at it right, not right. Ah, yes, I'm not looking at it right. So this is a minus. This is a minus. That is the one, but it's another side. This is the ground. Was there a chip there? Yes. This is the ground, so this is plus. Plus. Damn it. Okay. So I need to cut out. Yeah. Okay, I got it. I'm
glad one of us does.
Yeah, so the thing is, there are 8 diodes which are connected to the ground by the side, not the ground, but close enough. And there is this resistor which is connected to plus 5. And if I short them all, which I did, I actually short plus 5 to the ground, and you won't be able to recover the LEDs after that. And I guess you will want to use LEDs on it, right? There are 6 of them, like not using them would be
kind of cool, right?
Yeah, might be kind of cool, exactly. So, okay, we have this one and also, just to make sure I'm like completely shorted it. Okay, shorted, cool. And now we need to connect it to the ground, which is here. And I just have like lots of just pins from like previous stuff. Those are usually resistor LEDs.
Where did you store? You had a little bag of pins?
Yeah, there is a bag of pins there. There is a bag of wires and a bag of pins, you know. And there is a, it's not that, it's, there is a bag of wires with connectors on them, and there is a bag of wires without connectors on them. I don't want to hold it by my bare hand, but it doesn't want me to do it any other way. Oh, actually, you can. You can bend it again. Yes, so it's like a P structure, and then yeah, that should work. Okay. Okay. It works, but kinda. Okay, good. So the thing is,
you don't have to do that in, or you did already?
So yeah, the thing is, I got it anchored, and now I can do whatever I want to because it won't get anywhere.
Yeah, right.
And before that, it was just like trying to wiggle out of, you know, me. Okay, and now I can get back to the other side and put it in an okay way. Run out of flux, and yeah, flux like burns away, so you know. No cramps, this is a problem. Yeah, good enough.
Let me see. This feels thinner than what I use.
Yeah, this is the thinnest one you can actually get, like 0.20 or something. Because I do have lots of thicker one, different means, but it's not as good. This is the thickest one I have.
What?
This is how it's actually distributed for, factories.
Oh, wow.
Usually that one is used, so people, for tinning stuff, people use like always on ovens, which has like this deep level of tin, and they will just dip it. Yeah, it's faster. So, yeah, that's one of those things that would be molten into that crucible, and so it can be used. All right, we are done. Just need to figure out what I shorted with what, and okay, I need to find a chip. I need to find the plus and minus on it, and okay. You need both leads connected. Back part. Okay. Can determine this way. Too many capacitors. They actually, once if capacitor is not charged, it's essentially a short. Yeah. So let's hope I didn't short. We can actually look at pinouts and see. Yeah, I shorted plus and minus. Wait. Need to compare the pinouts, so I'm not 7455. So now. Yes. And data sheet. Yeah. Ground is there, and I put it in not a good place. Okay, that's easy to fix.
You're just gonna move that one, or what?
Yeah. So like I'm
swap two of them,
I'm
or
so
no?
anal about it because I'm about to turn it on, and I want to be extra sure everything's fine
Yeah.
before I turn it on.
Oh, as soon as you plug that in to program it, all of a sudden.
Nah, it's just it's a habit. Like before you first turn thing on, make sure everything is ideal. Otherwise, you will have enough problems on the next stage to like get the software working, and you really want to like exclude the situation where you have.
Remember back when you asked me if I wanted to do it, or you would be here for like a month or something.
Yeah.
If I was doing
it. Well.
We wouldn't have gotten here as far.
Yeah, actually, we would come here like about as long. Okay. I need to do. Now I need you to hold the soldering gun. Is this cheap? Okay. All right. So when I tell you, you should touch this.
Like, Good luck. I can't even see that far, but I'll see.
It's a corner. So you need to touch the corner of a chip, this one.
Mm-hmm. With what?
With this one.
Okay.
The pointed end of it. Okay, because
Which corner? Show me again before we start.
this. So this is this corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go.
Longer?
Stop. Back. Again. It doesn't want to go in for some reason. It passed. Moment. It should give off some smoke. The point should give off some smoke.
Actually.
It did. Yes,
It did the first time, but
okay. Yeah, on this system. Go.
it gave smoke.
More.
More?
Yeah. Yeah. Now go. Yep. Good.
There's the point.
Yep.
So you don't like, I guess, tin your tip a lot and stuff. Not very much. Just
I will do it like later
only
because.
because you're doing stuff so much often now. You don't even.
Yeah, I find I use it like every week for something. So, like,
But, like,
some small.
At the end of
change,
one
like,
day, then you tin it the tip, or you don't even do that.
I just don't keep it, keep it clean most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't dirty it up that
Yeah.
much, you don't need to clean it. You don't need to tin it. And yeah, never use tip tinners. That's an evil thing. And yeah, just say no. Okay, all the metal parts should be covered by something. It's not on, so okay, you're free. Okay, there are no shorts. There is no metal. We have the cable, and let's see what will happen. Oh, nice.
We have to change the number of rows and columns or something. You're saying?
Yes, but
That's not the first
first
thing.
I want to make a small test.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it shouldn't smoke. Okay.
What would smoke? Just where would it come from? All the
Nothing will
ribbons?
smoke,
Or?
but okay. Let's see. We see the device. It's mad at us. But what if we do 35, for example, and upload? It's mad at us. Why you're mad at us? Okay. No, that shouldn't be. Okay. What I have committed. Slow modes. December 7th. That should not even do anything. Okay, crap. Okay. Time to bring guns. Threshold 35. Okay. Upload. Try. Okay, got it.
What was it?
Delays. Another configuration for stuff.
What was there something specific when you said that one guy had 3 boards and the one wasn't working and you wanted to use this one to check what you were gonna check or oh, just to see if you have success.
Yeah, just to
period?
see if I have success in this type of keyboard, like
Yeah,
using the Virgin
Yeah,
Virgin
right.
board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, we got it.
You got what? Here, it's actually registering stuff when
Yeah.
you're clicking?
So the hash means it pressed, the dot means it unpressed.
And it knows rows and columns and all that stuff?
Yeah. Okay, now we go and
Cool. I would say that's very exciting.
yeah. Okay. Mm,
One key's not.
there is a red. Oh no, it's here. There is an interesting thing about it, about those. They sometimes have keys which don't contain a ferrite core and don't have contacts.
How are they supposed to work then?
They are support keys.
What's that mean?
So when you
Oh.
have 0, they have
Like a
just 2
stabilizer
keys.
or something?
Yes, like stabilizers, but they use a second key which is the same but empty.
What? So it's a 2U thing or something maybe?
No, I'm marking the ones I can see,
Yeah,
See?
no, I know.
and I'm marking them so I can turn it off, flip it, and try to find the ones that are red.
When you flip it, will the result be there'll still be some empty ones or they'll all just start working or something?
I can't know which ones are empty.
Hmm.
To figure out which ones are empty or which ones are not working but should. I don't know right now.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
marking the ones that don't work and then I flip it and try to figure out which ones don't work. It may be a single column, it may be
Yeah, that's what I was
empty
expecting.
keys, it may be like
Oh, empty key. Yeah.
yeah, just
It's the
Okay.
empty key scenario that I never heard of. But
yeah, that's unique to this. So it's not unique to this, but Model F for spacebar something.
yeah.
Oh, Beam Spring uses it actually. It uses a whole key with a top spring,
Mm-hmm.
but there is nothing inside. Yeah. So empty keys are
They are sometimes
Uncommon.
okay. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
this is spam. I pressed once. There are 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is. So see. Oh. No, it's fine.
If you get more.
There is a debouncing which is configurable. You'll figure it out. I'm just trying to figure out like that. I'm trying to find the keys which will not work and like make sure those keys. Okay, I think I missed the whole row.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. 116. Okay. Okay, we definitely missed a row at least,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll still mark this.
When you miss a row, what's it mean? One pin's not soldered or one
It
wire?
may be pin not soldered, it may be I misread the pin out.
Yeah.
The only thing is like there is a key which supposed to work but it
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's where
And look, red, white, red, white, red, white. This
Yeah.
means the row
Mhm.
gone somewhere. Okay, this one works, this one doesn't. This one doesn't. This one works. This one doesn't. This one also not. Wow, this is serious.
Yeah, all the bottom.
Yeah, looks like the bottom row doesn't work at all.
We had our early success.
Well, you know, we got to prove that sensor is working. We have like trouble with rows or maybe columns, of which we have plenty. Like the worst things that can happen here, I would need to run a separate wire because I, you know, forgot. Yeah. So this is like nothing.
Right. It's good that some of them succeed.
Imagine me figuring out why like two keys in middle of the matrix don't work. Like I'm right now. I'm like sure this stuff works. Like
Yeah.
some of it doesn't.
That's good.
But when you
Is this more success than you've had with magnetic valve then, I mean, or not? The other
well,
guy,
this. So I'm sure it works.
Yeah.
When you're not sure it works and some of part of it don't work, that's the
Yeah.
worst part.
right.
Alright, then unplug the power.
Now what,
And-
multimeter is going to help on this? or
Yeah,
section?
multimeter will help, but mostly, you know, looking at the
eyeballing
stuff.
first,
Yeah.
Might be obvious.
Those work, those two don't work. This is okay. We have a whole row here. As you can see, it's like still goes straight. Oh no, it's more interesting. So there are 4 of them in a row which are marked. Okay. I have bad news. I hate it with this particular type of keyboards, but oops, sorry.
No problem.
So the top rows are all fine. All fine? Yes. So we only need to map lower 3, of which one is short. Okay, good. Bottom 3, right? Okay, we have this one, then we have then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus 2. And then there's another one here. And another one here. Here. 3, 5, 5. And then 2, 3, 5. And then 2, 4, 6. We have this. Cool.
You got birds?
This particular one is artificial. Do you like our role? If you remember that particular movie, the Blade Runner.
What is it? Do you like? Yeah.
The Blade Runner with that.
I love Blade Runner. I have the long edition, all the projectors, everything.
Mm.
I don't remember that part though. Where was the fake bird?
The letter, like when he arrives to produce the test on Rachel, and the you know,
Yeah,
do you
she
like
said
her role?
that, yeah.
It's artificial, of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
Must be expensive, very. I'm
Mhm.
Rachel. And in actual movie, in actual book, it's actually a different thing. I don't remember if there is an all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have Rose. Okay. So okay, what am I doing? I need. Oh, and columns are on the other side. Fuck. Okay. So in others there was single-sided, and so they used jumpers, and you can actually see the row and column as they go. Okay, we don't have that that luxury there. All right. So this is row 1. This is let's call it row 2. Oh no, this is not row 2. This is a 2 in the ground. Okay, mark it like that. This is row 3 in the ground. This is row 4 in the ground. This is row 3 again. And this is row 2. Okay. The third row. The third row is ground and row 5. This one is row 6. This one is row 5 again. Oh, see? An empty one.
In the middle of the board?
It may have connections on the other
side because it's not likely it's doing nothing. In the
and
middle
we
of the
cannot
board.
throw a shadow through it,
We
unfortunately.
can't see with light, or you can shine light down the middle.
Yeah, but it's like it's metal on that side, so like shadows won't work. Okay, but those two are likely supports. So this one and this one likely supports because there are no rows coming to them. They must be supports. So this one is row whatever we declared. So this one on the ground, and this is 1, and this is also 1. Okay, this is actually row 2, and fuck. See those? Those are wires. It goes here. So it's not.
Oh, you're saying that jumps up to there? Or something?
Yeah, this one jumps to this one likely because as you can see, and there are no key here, but there is wires and a key, wires and a key, wires and a key.
So all these little pairs.
Yeah, those are not pairs. They are actually wires going down on the other side. So okay, this is not a cross. This is those two are row 2, so this is row 2. Okay. And so this is row 2, and this is, what was we, this was row 3. So this one is row 3, 2 again, okay. 3 again, and then 2 of the row 4. The mapping is bonkers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said it's not a crosswell. It's probably some crazy thing we've never seen before. Yeah.
This is like the worst thing I ever saw, like layout wise. It's crazy. Okay, so 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. 4? Yeah, 4. Cool.
Why would the upper part work if it's so weird? Or we just got lucky that the upper half worked? Or we don't. The upper half worked even though we don't know the layout?
Oh, upper half is. That's an interesting question. So upper half works, meaning all the columns are okay, except they may be not, because the column knows those things sometimes goes. So it usually goes between those rows. It goes like.
Yeah.
So it's like in meanders, and how it meanders I cannot understand because it's like on the other side. Okay. So I can map rows at least and hope it would tell me something about the stuff that doesn't work.
When you're getting the pound sign and the two numbers, like it can tell rows and columns or something, or just tells what pins it was connected to, or
What do you mean?
on the readout when you're pushing each one, the ones that you did push, and it had two numbers. That's like a row.
Yeah, that's a row and column.
Or pins that you soldered to because you might need to. You don't know what row or column yet, or it doesn't know the row or column. It just knows what you soldered to, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh. It's what you already defined as what you thought was row 1 and 2. Right?
No, so this is how rows are soldered. So they are actually like there is a ground, and then the rows 1 to like whatever.
Yeah.
They are soldered in line. It may not map. It doesn't map here in any way. Like it just soldered to pins here, and whatever pin comes to the pin number first is a row 1. It may be row 2, it may be row 8, and with columns they are like in essentially random order. So
the goal kind of to sift through that and get the real rows and columns.
So with rows we can tell how many rows are there. With columns, like the mapping is. So the rows, I can be sure that there are 13 rows. Cool. So there will be 13 rows in that matrix. Yes, I got it. But I'll still map just in case. Likely firmware has less rows.
Then we need.
Yeah. And
it's not easy to add a row, probably.
No. It has less rows in configuration. I'm trying to weigh resoldering against remapping. I'll resolder. It's easier.
Wow.
I'll just finish mapping to make sure that is that, and then because when you go into troubleshooting, first thing you need to figure out like what you expect to see.
Yeah.
And then compare with observations, and then.
Yep.
So this is row 4. We are mapping the third row. So this is row 4, and this is row 5 actually. Okay, so this is 5. This is also 5. And then.
You want me to?
6.
I'm trying to think what I could do. You want me to? I could go get us some lunch or something, bring it back? Or?
Nah.
No.
We actually, my wife actually asked if if you're willing to eat with us, because like it taking a long time. If you are hungry, we can actually take a break and have some food. But I don't plan on it to be long.
Okay.
We are like on a home run. damn it. Which is 6. Sorry. Okay, so this is 5, and this is also a... okay, so this one is 6. Fuck. Okay, so this one is 5, this one is 6. Okay, good, this one is 5 again, this is 6, this is 7. So 5, 6, 5, 6, 6, 4, 6, 7. See? And then 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. And then there are 2 here. One is 6, one is 7. So
almost
see,
like the-
see what happens here. So that's a
this
single
fills
row.
up, so they have to go up or
Yeah,
something, and
this
get
is
higher
like
and higher.
this is a single row, but like 5, 6, 5, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. And yeah, I tried to make a map of one of the boards, and in the end I just like draw the lines and you
crazy,
know,
right?
refuse to call them columns and like
Yeah, 'cause
refuse to
it's-
assign numbers.
It's more
to
like
them.
a tree of
Yeah,
something.
it's
I mean, you can kind of see it.
okay. And now we flip it. This one, make a different color of pen, and grab it. Can you read keys like this and say black, white, red, white, red? Or rather, can you do it from this side?
Oh, okay.
Starting is
Third
this
row?
one. Yeah, third row.
Yeah, it's red, white, red, red,
Mm-hmm.
red, 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 white, red, white, red,
White,
white, red, white, red,
white.
white,
Okay, next row.
red, 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 white, red, white, red, red again. Are these all red? Yeah.
Yeah,
Red,
there should
red,
be a
red,
streak of them,
red,
but
red,
I don't
red.
remember.
All
the
of them
position.
are red, but
So the row, the
this
second
one's
row,
all red, right?
it's all red,
To-
except this one
Yeah.
and this one.
Yep. I think we probably got that right.
So it's this one, and everything else is red till
All
the
way-
end, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm ready, and I guess the
White, 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 white.
Okay, got it. So what we see here is rows 3, 4, 5, not there, and 6, 1, 2, 6, 2, 7, 7, 7, 7. Okay, so
So if we fix 7, we're gonna get a lot.
no,
Oh no.
there is rows 1, 2, 3, and 4 are out. That gives us, wait,
Out of our 13.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, it's likely we have both kinds. So there is a bad contact and there are missing rows in layout.
Oh.
Yeah, both are easy to fix. You know.
Okay.
Where is the ID? Yeah, here it is.
Programmable system on a chip.
It's, you know, the beauty of hardware and software is that you can fuck up in both hardware and software.
Twice as many things to screw up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Since this keyboard is also built on CommonSense, the utility, hijacks it into a setup mode. Yeah.
Interesting.
And I'm like, oh, keyboard doesn't work. Oh, yeah, I have the utility running.
Why'd you have to do CommonSense for that one?
Because, I wrote it and I needed to convert it from some protocol to a normal one. And it's just like you replace a scanner module and you get it. So there should be config H somewhere here. Here it is. 16 columns and 10 rows. Okay, got it.
What are you gonna make it?
I'm gonna make it 8
13.
rows and 13 columns.
13 columns, yeah.
Yeah, and that would allow me to make matrix like 8 rows high, because I can disable rows, but I cannot disable columns. But yeah, it means we will need to resolder stuff, but not much.
Man, I'm having a
Sorry
hard
about
time
that.
following you the last bits. I'm good how you keep that all in your head.
Okay, so the
No,
column is 16, like I cannot
Yeah.
reduce number of columns. The number of rows, so doesn't matter.
No, you don't have to tell me. I was just telling you.
No. You're right. I did a stupid thing. So we will go and 10. Okay, 13.
13 rows and
Well,
8 columns,
let
right? At
Let
least.
me recount. But those work. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is the ground. Okay, 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
13.
And make sure. Need to make sure that nothing on the other side. No, those are not used.
13 matched what I remember you
Yeah.
did way earlier.
I'm just trying
Double
to,
checking.
now I'm counting the connected ones,
Mhm.
like the ones I know that connected. Okay, so we had 10 rows, now we will have 13, we will refresh it, and I expect we will see strings.
3 new rows or something.
Yeah, 3 new rows at least, and then we'll figure out which one doesn't have a contact, if there is a such thing as a row which doesn't have a contact.
Columns you have set to 16 and we only have 8.
There is no,
There's not
literally it's only
There's no-
16.
Yeah.
There is no going lower, but with rows you can actually reduce number of rows and make a matrix a bit faster, because
Mhm.
you
Not scanning so many.
yeah, you're not scanning so many rows and it's faster.
Empty pins or something.
Okay. Fire in the hole.
What's
Okay.
the translation of your Franz Kafka?
I don't know.
Oh,
People
okay.
just send it to me. It's something about like life is. So life is non-problematic as a car. Problems are driver, the passengers, and the road. And life by itself is not complex. Okay, so I wanted to do 13, well, make it 14 rows, just in case, so we have a leeway, okay. And then we build it, and then we flash it.
Let me know if you ever get too tired or something you want to do at a different
No,
time,
no.
or not do it at all anymore. But
Well, it's
I'm
5
thankful you're doing it.
It's
great.
5 p.m. Nah, we're close.
Okay.
I'll just make a 14 row matrix, so like I have more rows that are soldered, and
Mhm.
and then I would make it 40 bouncing steps, so it's like not spamming. Apply, close.
The thing where you saw a few rows extras when you clicked, did you change that setting where when you held it down it printed out 4 rows or more rows because you said it was spamming, I guess? Or...
The spamming is like I press it once, it gets it twice. So
Yeah.
that means like
That's later. That's
the
after we fix this
the
row.
processes in the matrix are pretty unstable. So like it's it actually the 40 bouncing steps means that it sees a 1, so key is pressed, and then it sees it sees 0, the key is down, and then it sees 3 ones in a row, and only in this case it decides the key is pressed.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a 1 0 1 0 1 0, it would wait for last 5 to be 1
I
to
see.
emit
Yeah.
a switch. And if you have noisy signal, so we have like 3 ones 1 0 3 ones 1 0, the 4-step debouncing would produce key presses, but 5-step one will not,
Yeah.
because it would see 3 ones and then it's a 0, and it essentially like resets the counter. Yeah. Okay. I saved stuff. Right? The matrix has 14 rows. Good. Oh, what was that? Oh, fuck. Okay. I need to fix that eventually. So 15 was okay last time. So we do upload stuff. We commit stuff. Damn it! It looks like committing happens, but it handles the utility. Okay, we'll figure it out later. Thresholds. Okay, let's make it 25. Config upload. Commit. Now you okay. All of them are 25. It's good. Already bouncing 4. Good.
Did you say rows 25?
No, threshold.
Something else?
Threshold 25. And now we're there, but there is nothing. Okay. Thresholds 15. Upload. Threshold 15 is noisy. I made the debouncing to like 13.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, very picky about what it considers a key press.
But it's working on the bottom rows now, or what?
Yeah, it works, but I still need to go and press every red and white key to make sure they actually are there.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a version I want to actually save. Okay. So we have config safely saved in Flash. Cool. Now go with Okay. You probably need another 5. So the thing I noticed is when you... No, another 5 is too much. Damn it. So this is a part that's different from standard CommonSense experience. I'm blind. I don't know what thresholds are. I try to, I'm trying to find them.
Yeah.
And
do you ever get where it's too small, like 5's too much and the 4's too little, and you need a
so
4.5?
the 20 is too much. With 17 we are mostly fine, but sometimes when I press 8.3, 1.3 flickers.
Mm-hmm.
See? So those are 8.3 and 7.3. But I periodically see 1.3 there. See? I didn't press that key. So it's something.
Mhm.
Anyway, for now we care about
Just getting registering every key.
every key,
Then we can adjust
every
thresholds
key
or something.
doing something, and
Yeah.
then we can adjust stuff.
Mhm.
Okay, good. Here.
Ooh.
Disappointed. Orange. That started sounding like a column problem. Oh,
Which I thought we suspected anyways, maybe. We needed more rows, and now, but we might have a column soldering problem or something.
so those just affect that 1.3, and okay, we'll go and do 1.3 like 5. Make it. No, shouldn't do that. Just need to find out that 1.3 key actually. 1.3. I'm sorry, it's debugging is messy.
It's fine.
Doc something else. 1.3 is row column, so 1.3. 1.0. Yeah, it's actually connected. So the column for that is actually connected. So it's a real key which is spamming. Okay. We'll figure it out later. Okay, that row is working. This row. Are you 1.3? Okay, we'll go and make it a bit less. Well, that was unexpected. Like it requires like huge amount of debouncing to work.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
1.3 definitely requires more higher threshold. Yeah, and now we're good. Nothing's spam. Okay, now we dealt with spam, we can make a debouncing back a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And everything works for now. So we want to save that. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this like overall doesn't work. And okay, those still don't work. Except middle one also don't work. Okay. this is threshold problem. This is also threshold problem. Okay. So this is pretty finicky business. I'll probably need to add a warning that this should not be attempted without an oscilloscope, because I barely make sense what it does, but the scope actually helps a lot. Okay, back into the linear. So this row is fine, this row is still fine. Some square. Oh, and this actually started working.
Really?
So
Interesting.
that was a threshold problem, but
Yeah, but hard to get them all dialed in.
yeah, just like tuning. So this one worked, for example, but it stopped.
But better, right? That's it.
Yeah, there are more of them also, like this stopped working fine.
Uh-oh. Well, that's the row that was dead the whole time, right?
Yeah,
So it's still dead
it's
or not?
still there.
Yeah.
So this is a row which has a problem, like
I
genuine
bet it's the
genuine
it's
one.
the sevens, right?
So it's row 7, so it's supposed to be connected, but probably the soldering quality is not good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the row. Oh wait, this one is the third row. So it's rows 5 and 6. We should actually trace those. 3, so this is up and down. This one, it is connected, but yeah, this is not the best of the soldering techniques.
I can't believe you can see that. I have no chance of seeing
Yeah.
that.
This one's also connected. What's the problem? Okay, let's try to just reheat things and see. But yeah, it takes longer than expected. Nothing takes as much as expected, but so this one and this one. And far end, okay. Oi. Once we're here, we can actually do more stuff with it. Oh, come on, where are you? Huh. Huh. Okay. So it is there, but it doesn't want to go all the way. And the contact is bad.
What are you gonna do? You add more solder to the bottom
Nah,
and top?
I'm just pushing it down a bit more so it has like more contact area.
When you melt it and doesn't the solder go? I don't know. You keep melting and cooling it. Does it?
Nah, it's fine.
Doesn't wreck it?
It's not. It doesn't crack. It's like it withstands those
Mm-hmm.
reflows several times. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm hitting the right one. Okay, and this one correctly. Still attached. Huh. It is, but if that doesn't work, we're in for the long haul, and I guess won't be done today.
Yeah. The thank you again, by the way.
Yeah, I'll fix it, but it's much more complicated case.
Yeah. The what was I gonna say? Like the threshold settings and all that. Is that part of your programming in that
Yes.
IDE?
It's the threshold setting is a piece of
So widget,
memory area within firmware.
yeah, and you decide what values to put there and what.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is this threshold configuration which is
Yeah.
opens the window and you can just change it and like apply,
Yeah.
change it, upload, and if when you're satisfied with it you commit and it
Mhm.
becomes permanent settings. Okay, but what about? Huh.
Now we're back to every other again.
Yeah, it's back to every other again. But this stopped working for some reason. Yeah, the thing is about MKRO that if you press this one, it would start randomly spamming things because transformers, they are not. So like with capacitors, every next capacitor significantly. So like
Yeah.
juice coming from first capacitor doesn't, it's not enough to spill into next
Yeah.
one. With transformers, it's not that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially wires. Yeah, so row 1 works like without any things. Row 2 also works. Yeah, and then the part that previously didn't also work. This one works. This one also works. Moment. How would you work on 7? You still will? Cool. Okay. But this one didn't. Okay, that row is missing, is genuinely missing.
Mm-hmm. Always has been.
Yeah, this one with red ones, it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can put a scope to it and see, but that would take time. I guess.
Are you sick of it?
Leave
Is
it
it still
with me.
helpful to you if you keep it for a while? And do
Yeah,
some
I
stuff?
can actually debug it, but it's just it would probably take several hours, which would be
yeah.
extremely boring to you.
Take
because,
your
like, it's
time,
invested.
right? Like, you can hold on to it and do whatever. Like,
Okay.
no rush or anything, right?
I guess,
if it doesn't work before, so if it doesn't work later, whatever.
Yeah.
No loss for me.
It will work.
Yeah, we're
but
close, right?
The
Yeah.
thing is, like, if it work,
I see how much work it is for you.
Yeah,
it's so
so-
hard. It's like,
this Sunday I'm doing stuff, but the next one,
don't
yeah,
make any
couple of
promises. Just
couple
do,
of weeks.
Yeah, like do whatever's your pace and
Supposed to be a couple of weeks.
hold on to it and
Yeah.
see what you can do.
Yeah, the hardware is okay, so we can
That's good, right?
keep
yeah.
a second one. I mean, like this hardware.
Yeah.
The prototype.
Oh, the prototype. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
so you
good.
don't need the
I
other
don't
one,
need
you
a
mean?
second. Yeah.
You do
And-
want it or you don't?
Nah, I don't need it.
Okay.
Also, I have a couple, so it's if I'll be having doubts in sanity of this one, I'll replace it and see what
Okay.
happens.
Okay.
It's just about like having things to compare to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you so much for giving up your time.
You're welcome. Sorry
I enjoyed
about
No, I mean-
promising 1 hour and holding you for 6. And
No,
still
I'm
not
saying I
fixing
see
it.
how complicated it is and how hard it is, and I don't even know how you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
didn't expect it to be that hard.
Well, I would have been amazed if it worked easily because it seems like it should be hard, but yeah.
This is actually like the best quality.
Okay.
Also, since you're leaving it, I'll actually get figure out the LEDs
Oh, that would be
you will have 3 of them, not more, but
that would be
3 you
icing
will
on the
have.
cake. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be awesome. All right, thanks for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's get one last pic of you. There you go.